Hello, Griswold Grim. You're welcome to hop in. Let us know how you're doing. All the other audience, all three of you, more than welcome to hop in, turn on your cameras, share what's on your mind, share what's on your heart. That's why I'm here. I'm just the host. Otherwise, I'll just read my book. That's what I like to do. Space holding. The job to be done. Well, could be playing a video game. All kinds of things I could be doing. I plan on being here this time on Mondays, whether someone else is doing it or not. I am reading the second book in the Stormlight Archives by Brandon Sanderson. I know there's a new book, maybe even 2 books. There might be 4 books at this point, and I think I've only read 3. Let's see. Hello, Phlebas. Well, you're welcome to hop on, kind of share what's on your mind and heart. Let's see. I think there's a performance. Yeah. Grizz or Grim. He has this thing. It's like a performance where he talks about Set. He introduces Set to everybody. Yeah. My youngest is in the background calling for mama right now, and I went in and gave her a hug and everything. I'm pretty sure my wife is she'll be going in there soon, but so you might hear a mama. That's my 2-year-old. Yeah, so this is book 2 of 4 in the Stormlight Archive. Five-star review, 22,757 5-star reviews. I don't know, something like that. This is the second time I've read this book. This background music going a little more background. Yeah, that's the music. The mama in the background, that's the music. So I don't know if Grizz is still there, but there's this idea that you go into the virtual space and try to rescue people. And I really did at one point create a character in World of Warcraft, and I called it Answers. And I just went around level 1, running around Stormwind, yelling, I've got answers if you have questions. And I just went around yelling that for, I don't know, I probably put in about an hour. He maybe did that for about 3 or 4 days, but nobody had any questions. I'll come keep you company if no one has come on in 10. Yeah, whatever you want to do, man. I love hanging out with you, but don't feel bad if I'm here by myself. It's not. I don't feel bad if I'm here by myself, but I do love your company when you're here. So whatever you want to do, man. Never played WoW. Guild Wars was free. So I mentioned a Twink Guild earlier in a comment to Grizz, and I think that's a way you can play for free. And what that means is you just level up to like level 19 and you do PvP. And you only have to start paying if you want to play the end game content, I think. It's kind of fun. But then you can do the different brackets. But playing World of Warcraft or something like that, it doesn't. You could do Minecraft, you could do anything. It doesn't have to be for the game. It's similar to like I can write software, and sometimes it's not about the software, it's about becoming a better human while doing the thing, whatever it is. So yeah, I enjoyed World of Warcraft because I got to hang out with other people and learn to work as a team and get to know some people, try to solve some problems together. But you could go around advertising for this little corner if you wanted to. Just people to go by and say, what is this little corner? If that was your guild name or whatever it was. Thing is that stuff can get addictive. Got to be careful. I think people have to stop talking about the corner. Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with whatever you want to call this. What I'm interested in is what are you accomplishing? For example, like Manuel and Mark do something, and it's like, well, what are they accomplishing? All right, let me turn off some background music. Hello, Alex. I cannot hear you right now. We can do the silence competition. Let's see. I wonder if my audio is messed up. Or are you trying to talk, or do you want to talk? Let's see. My audio has to be working. I was listening to music. I can't hear you yet.
Now, no. Wait.
I hear you now.
Okay.
It's nice to hear your voice.
I have trouble with RTX audio. It keeps doing weird things.
It is working now.
Thought I'd just kind of. It's like I had the day off and I'm kind of bored right now, so I'll hop on,
Great.
I guess.
Glad you're
Although
here.
I have no topic
Yeah.
to talk about really, so not really.
Are there things that you find interesting?
I know a lot I find interesting, even
Things
mine.
that occupy your mind space most of the time? Uh-oh,
I
here's a
mean,
question.
pretty much, pretty much my mind is full the whole day. I can't remember half of what I think
So,
about.
so your mind is just always running. Is this Saint Zacharias?
No, and I'm not a saint, and I'm
Yeah.
not a memer. I'm not a saint, and I'm not a memer.
Okay,
So
so you know who Saint Zacharias is?
yeah,
Okay.
I can't do memes.
Yeah, I think I tried once or twice, but no, that's not me either.
No, I'm actually in the. I don't know if you know about the writing anthology project.
The writing anthology.
The anthology project in the other server, like one of the sub bridges of meeting
T-
servers.
Tell me about it. How does that work?
Uh, it's basically an anthology of whatever you want to write centered on the topic. That topic we chose was community. So you can basically write anything, whether fiction, nonfiction, or poetry, and get that ready for submission for the final product. So we're kind of sitting around right now waiting to see if how many people are actually doing it. We've got like maybe one outside response.
So the plan is people can write short stories or poems. Each person can, and it's about community
Yeah,
would be the topic,
yeah,
and then it would be a collection.
yeah. It's a collection, so you have a limited amount of words to you if you submit something, or you could submit several things. Because if it's like a bunch of poems, then you could write a bunch of poems. But if it's like a short story, maybe you end up only giving one short story to, yeah.
So I guess I got a few questions. Did you choose like a poem or a short story, or what did you choose to do?
I wrote a short story, and I guess I might have room for like me putting a couple poems in if I wanted to, and if they fit. So I went the story route.
So does each person kind of like yeah, I wonder how the collaboration works. Like what is your experience with other people in that sub Discord who are working together? Do they provide feedback, and do you provide feedback to others? How does that work?
Yeah, we basically have a whole timeline for how we expect things to get done, which is first you have a time period in which everyone is allowed to the space to write, and then you can invite people to beta read your work, and then later on, like next year, would be trying to gather all the submissions together. So you basically sign up on like on a Google form and sign up to you can do X number of different things.
So you get to know other people while you're doing this, and you build relationships and
Yeah,
do
hopefully.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is from Griswold Grimm. Are you project lead, Alex? Where do people find out more if they've just now become interested?
Go to Jordan's YouTube channel, Okro. I can't even pronounce it. It's here. Can I type this in, or can you type it? It's
I'll look it up. It's if you spell it out.
OCHROLEUCOUS.
And this is a YouTube channel?
Yeah. You should see Bridges of Meaning Writing Anthology.
I'll share a link once I find it. Let's see. Probably could share a screen, but let's find this.
You probably put the link in the chat. That might work.
OCHROLEUCOUS. Anthology. I'm having a hard time finding it. Let's see.
Can I put it in there?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I think you can at least send me a private message in StreamYard, and then I can share it more broadly. So.
Okay, so that's.
There's the private chat. All right, I'll click that. Cool. Oh, you just got another subscriber. This is unlisted. Is it okay if I share an unlisted video?
Oh, wait, I don't know.
I can share the channel. I can that way. But yeah, I'll share the channel.
I may have jumped the gun, so
yeah.
don't share it.
Okay. Well, cool. It sounds interesting. This is like I'm into software engineering, and like for me, it's like there are things people can do that they're interested in. It would be nice to know what all's available for you to do with other people. And so it's cool that being a part of a community that is interested in writing. That's cool that there is a space like that for people. I know that Chad, he's also trying to do something with Peter Pan, a retelling of Peter Pan.
Yeah, Jordan is also part of that. He's leading this project. He's the one.
Okay.
So you can find him on the server and just ask him if you want.
Well, I'll share. I can share his YouTube channel, right? But it doesn't have any public videos, but it's something that you can subscribe to and keep an eye on. Let's see. I'll just share it. So this is Jordan's YouTube channel. Jordan's YouTube channel. Doing writing or anthology about community. Cool. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I was talking to Chad about what we're doing, and it's like facilitating perspectival and participatory transformation. Seemed like a wordy sentence, but sharing information like this to people, I think that's good. Provides an idea of how people could, get more involved if it's something they find interesting. So have this looks like this will be the first one that Jordan has led.
I'm not sure. I guess so.
I guess there will be some kind of thing that might get shared. I guess that's the question. At the end of the day, is it something that like more people, it would be shared more broadly publicly, or is it something that, maybe the team decides that it was fun to do, we don't want to necessarily share it more broadly?
I think it's meant to be shared broadly.
Cool.
Like the basic guidelines are on the server somewhere in in one of the channels. You can find them usually in either the writers or collaborative writing parts.
Griswold Grimm's a great community leader, and he is, I think, is a good invitation. And there's no pressure, but we are available if you want to be beta listeners. If you would want to read your piece to us.
No,
I
not
read
really.
your face. Yeah, I read your face there. But
Well, it's
yeah,
like if you want to beta read, then sign up to beta read.
okay,
So do that.
cool. So in order to do that, you would click a link to
Yeah.
get to the Bridges of Meaning Discord server, and from there would be a link to a separate Discord server for the writers. Am I right?
Yeah, there's the Bridges of Meeting Writers Club. And in that is a channel called Collaborative Writing Project.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to get there, so that's why you can present it
You can
to
you
a
can get there
person.
if you go to the Welcome Start Here channel on Bridges of Meaning. You just scroll up a bit and you see different servers.
That's good information. I appreciate that. Yeah, um, that's what I was thinking about today, and even the last few days, all of the topics that people find. There's all kinds of things that we find interesting and fun to do. There's just a diversity of people here.
Spanish. What do you mean?
I have been banned twice from Bridges of Meaning Discord server. So
That's strange. Okay.
it happens. I say things I shouldn't say sometimes.
You're a very rowdy person.
Well, when things are in text, it comes off a little different, and then also sometimes I say things that don't that maybe it causes people to become defensive, and rightfully so, even if I'm not trying to put someone on the defensive. So
Mhm.
I have a history of doing that. I've recognized the pattern, so I'm working on it. Try not to put people on the defensive.
I feel like that's most people, though.
Humans. I mean, it happens to me. I think we all get defensive, whether the other person is intentionally trying to attack us or not. So
Yeah.
it's a very diverse community, and people have various communication skills to learn.
Yeah. That's why I hate text normally. It's just
Well,
so obviously insufficient.
I'm a I'm a fan of receiving critical feedback from people, and it's like I think I heard Griswold Grimm say it uh, in one of his recent ones, where we kind of assume our model of other people. We assume it is that other people are like us. We are the default model, and so if you want, like, I like to receive critical feedback. If I go around assuming everybody likes that, then then I can get in trouble. So that's not good. And then, but I've been giving critical feedback to people in the last, I would say, maybe a year, but I've been doing it privately and um, and carefully, and it's it's better than doing it publicly. For example,
Yeah.
criticize in public, praise in
Well,
public, criticize in private is kind of
well,
a.
it's especially because it's a hard lesson to learn, but you need to learn if you do it in public and you're wrong, that's that's going to be a really big
Well, it doesn't even matter if
ick
you're
on
wrong,
your
though.
well,
Even if you're right, people will not like it.
yeah,
It's like because and you might be right about something that doesn't even matter to anyone else, right? Like just because you're right doesn't mean it matters. Text comes across very different, and that is correct. I think my brain handles text a little different than most people, though. I try to recognize my assumptions, but yeah, a lot of time I see a lot of people jump to conclusions, like we'll interpret the words and kind of assume that their interpretation is
yeah.
what was meant by this person that produced the
You got
words. So,
you got the engineer's brain in you.
engineer brain. I got a case of that engineer brain.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I know I heard you talking about software before, and I was like, oh, that's what I think it is. It's that
yeah.
software interpretations.
It's interesting. I work with maybe 100 software engineers, and I've worked with hundreds, but there's similarities and differences. It's so strangely different from reading a book, which can be very effective communication. Well, when you read a book, you can actually get into the mind. You can do mind reading to some degree, but like because you get more than the speech, you can get the thoughts. The author can like share the inner thoughts of the characters, and that's why a book can be better than a movie. It's hard to get the thoughts of the characters across in a movie. That's my take, at least.
Well, it's like they have a lot of constraints to them too. It's like very few movies are going to go over like 2 hours.
Yeah,
It's like I don't know what you can actually get in 2 hours.
yeah. This my son was trying to draw a Pokemon, and he was getting upset because he kept messing up. And my wife was trying to tell him, it's like, you know, it's never going to be perfect. And that, you know,
Yeah.
at dinner, my wife's like, "Do you have any words of wisdom?" And it's like, it's hard. They don't have the attention span for anything I was trying to give them. But the idea of the map is not the territory is something I want them to get eventually. Um, they're
They're
not
just
ready
like,
for that.
what?
Well, they were not paying attention at all. But the way my dad tried to explain it to me was this story of like a wise king who uh, and someone came to the wise king and wanted to learn, and the the king told this person to go find a fish and draw a picture of it. And so the person went out, found a dead fish, started drawing a picture, and worked really hard, and brought the picture back to the king. And the king looked at it and said, "That's not good enough. You can do better. Go try again." So the person goes and does it a second time and tries really hard and does even better, brings the picture back. And the king's like, "Oh, you can do better." And the person, he went back, he starts doing it a third time and that he realizes what's going on. And he went to the king and he said, "Okay, now I understand is that I could spend my entire life drawing this dead fish and never fully capture the fish in my drawing." Right. So that's the whole thing about all models are wrong, some are useful, the map is not the territory, and trying to condense some story that's in
Yeah.
a book down into a movie, it's like you just lose resolution. I don't know how you teach a 6-year-old that. Or he's 7. My oldest son is 7 now. I don't know how you can teach or when you can teach this lesson.
I see. Yeah.
You read what you expect to read.
Well, honestly, I don't even expect that to be much of a problem for them unless they really are trying to do too much. That's possible, but I guess there are like kids who get it and they don't even need that explanation.
Yeah. Well, I know with my son, he thinks he's the smartest person in the world, and he gets it from his father. So he asked me, are you like, are you the greatest dad in the world? And I used to say I'd try my best, but I did think the other day
You're
maybe I'm
supposed
the
to say yes.
well. Eventually, I said maybe I'm the best dad for you, and it's because he kind of got a little bit of what I got, and I can help him through it. So hopefully he'll
Well,
end up
the
being
answer
better
is
than I am.
well, the real answer is yes because I'm your dad. That's the answer.
I don't know. It's well, I try. Like I do try. I think there's some people who I remember a guy I went to school with, and he said there's some people who have a kid and they say they're a dad, but they don't even sleep in the same house with their kids, right? So that's the kind of school I went to. Um, but yeah, there's some dads that put in more effort than other dads. The notion of people rubber ducking their theology is in line with the Alien Salience Project spirit. Comes out of left field. The notion of people, I know what rubber ducking is.
I don't know what any of this is.
Yeah. Well, the Alien Salience Project. This is a collaborative playlist that Griswold Grimm made. And I wish I knew exactly. And he could probably just put in the description of it and I could read it. But I remember participating. And I think I attempted to explain to an alien what it's like to be a human. So the and so I guess what he's saying is that when you attempt to explain to an alien what it's like to be a human, it's like rubber ducking your theology. Do you know what rubber ducking is?
No.
So I learned about
What's
rubber
it?
ducking when I was I worked for a boss and he had a rubber duck and he'd say, "Go ask the
Oh
rubber
yeah, they
duck
do
the
the rubber
question."
duck thing. Yeah.
Yeah, go ask that rubber duck the question before you come to me. So what's interesting is once you formulate your question, sometimes you actually get an answer. What is the what is the psyop, which is Pokemon? Why would that? What do I have to be on the lookout for? Is Pokemon bad?
Is it bad?
Is it
Is it
bad?
demonic?
I don't know. Maybe they'll get you one way or another. It can't be as bad as the movies that come out nowadays.
That's true.
It's I watch these movies and it's like they definitely are. It's like if you live a life with your family, you have this kind of bubble culture, and then every time you encounter a story, you're getting exposed to all these different kinds of cultures, and so the people in Hollywood who are doing magic, they get to expose themselves to your children, right? So it's like it's a little dangerous, but you also so you got to. It's just I guess it's like age appropriate kind of thing. I'm falling behind on these comments. I'm going to stop looking at comments for a minute. So what are you thinking about, Alex?
I don't know. Uh, kind of been thinking about church and people.
Do you go to church?
Yeah, I go to church.
Do you enjoy church?
Yeah, I do. Like even when even when I have a bad day, it's like it's kind of the thing that keeps the bad day going, or the you know it keeps it from falling apart.
So it sounds like you're saying something like it can be helpful when you're having a bad day.
Well, I'm saying is I would rather go to church than not.
So what's your favorite part of about church when you're there? And if I ask any
I mean,
question that you don't want to answer, you can
no,
always say,
no, it's,
"No,
it's good.
thanks."
It's that opportunity to find that kind of participation in things and how that relates to like everything, even if it's a small, even if it's small and not much is going on, it somehow relates to everything.
Imagine as your church gets bigger, it's less likely that you are going to develop relationships with people at church.
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
It just won't be everyone because once you hit 1,000 people, you need the subgroups
So
because
if you go to a big church, how do you like if you were going to a church for the first time and it was kind of a bigger church, like
I mean
how
I've
would
done
you
that.
how would you
I've been
begin that relationship with new people? What does that look like?
honestly. Well, I don't know because I did go to a big church once, but I didn't actually do anything. So I guess you'd have to sort of just they have classes and stuff like that, so you'd have to just kind of go to a class and
So it's kind of like this
you
subgroup
know
where you've got a writers guild or a writers group
yeah,
with bridges of meaning, and so when you go to a big church, you just kind of have to find that subgroup that
yeah,
shares an interest with you,
yeah, either shares an interest or something that you think you can put some effort into it.
doing some service.
So yeah, to show that you're actually in the group and you're not just some random guy who's there to make annoying comments all the time. So
Is that what some people do at church?
I mean, is that what is who doesn't do that in church? Who
My,
doesn't do that?
I guess I was just when I went to church, I was just in and out. I, I wasn't. I was quiet.
Yeah, and that's
I
the
just
one.
asked the preacher the annoying questions, and the preacher ignored me. But
Yeah, I mean the problem is like that's the problem. You ask the preacher, he's probably got his hands full already, so it's not really. You're probably not going to get an answer from him, most likely, anyway, and that's just a fact, right? If he's actually doing a lot and he has a lot on his hands, it's like you picked the wrong person for your. You might have picked the wrong person for your question.
yeah,
Maybe. I guess it also depends on the size.
yeah. So you've been thinking about church and people. Do you have any specific thoughts that you feel like sharing, or would you like me to scan through some chat messages?
You can scan if you want. I'm not sure what I would talk about.
Yeah. The yeah, I'm a bit introverted and shy, and find it difficult to do small talk, things like that. And when I do it, it's always a little awkward. So I'm just not a fan of being around large groups of strangers. So I'm a strange person. He mentioned your engineer brain, and it made me think of your rubber duck story. So that's I was like, where did that come from? It was out of left fields earlier, so that's how it connected. Grizz has heard a few of my stories,
Yeah.
and so I guess I have to do the homework on the South Park coverage of Pokemon. I guess Trey Parker and Matt Stone have that covered, and I think this is uh, either this comes from South Park or Grizz actually knows Pokemon, because I think Ash Ketchum is the main character in Pokemon.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I told my son we bought these books, and I said, you know what's going to happen at the end of every story is Ash is going to win, and someone's going to level up or get something new, right? Get a new piece of gear. This is how it's going to happen. But so we finished. It happened in the first story, and maybe the second story. He was like, he didn't get anything new. I said, but did he win? He's like, yeah, he did win. Let's see. I think I understand Grizz's point, but people often think they follow the theology they outwardly express. It's not always so. I think that's a good point. There's definitely people that come to mind who say one thing and do another, and don't
Well, they
even
have.
necessarily realize it.
Yeah, they have.
And maybe it's a
They
we.
have.
Maybe I shouldn't say a they. Maybe it's something we all do. But
Well, I
like,
think we all do it. It's
yeah,
like I have a kind of a idea of how everything works, and then we just have normal life. And you might wake up thinking this is how it works, but then you go about normal life, and it's like everything you just thought was just kind of thrown away. It didn't mean anything.
yeah. I've thought about a little about remove the plank in your own eye before you can remove the speck in your brother's or another. That idea. It seems like there's also something about when we judge others, it's almost like it's always a reflection or maybe a shadow of something that's happening within ourselves. We see in others the thing that's within us. And that's something that occurred to me. And so, yeah,
Mm.
I don't know. There's just some people who come to mind, and they, yeah, it seems like, I guess the word that comes to mind for me is like dishonesty. Like, I think sometimes people are
Yeah,
dishonest.
it does seem like they're designed. I know. I noticed a lot of times there'll be like something happen, and then you see a connection, and it's like, but I'm not sure if people are aware that that's what they're doing. Like
Right.
sometimes it's like they're dishonest, but they don't know if it's dishonest or not. And so I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with that because they say one thing, they do another, but they don't necessarily know that they're doing that, and you can't really point it out to them. So,
Well, you can, but then it might not.
but
It just doesn't
yeah, they're
help.
just gonna be like, they're just gonna get antagonistic with something.
I feel like there's probably things that, like, I could perceive myself as being honest, but then there's probably things that other people see and they say, "Oh, that Gavin guy is dishonest," right? So it's it's really good to have people maybe in private messages send you a message and say, "Hey, it looked like you may be dishonest in this,"
Yeah,
and be the kind of person who can receive it. And then if enough people are saying the same thing, maybe it's kind of a light that's being shined on something you couldn't see, and maybe you wouldn't even believe anyone if it was one person who told you, but if it's 2 3 4 people start telling you that, hey, you do this, that can be helpful. Aaron, you can hop on this. There's a link at the top. Don't know if you're still there. And I'm cool with other people chatting, and I can just sit back and listen. I just make sure I facilitate, make sure that it doesn't get rowdy.
Yeah. I definitely do not feel like debating. I don't want to debate anything because then I'm gonna say something stupid.
Debating.
Yeah. I'm not good. I'm not very good at that.
So I like trying to understand other people's perspectives. I guess I could plug my YouTube channel. I've got one conversation. I can't even call it a conversation. I did a meeting, a one-on-one with a guy named I think his name is Brent Cooper with oh man, it's Abstract Organization, but he comes off like he likes critical theory, and so I just basically provided an ear and listened, and that's all I did. It's like I
Yeah.
thought, so why do you not like Jordan Peterson? And so so I think I like trying to understand people's perspectives. Like I like trying to imagine myself as that other person and try to understand why they see the world the way they do, because there's a reason they're doing it.
Hmm.
So
Hey, how's it
I
going?
don't have to debate them and tell them they're wrong. I just can understand what they see. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm driving right now, so I can't be on face cam, but things are
Yeah,
good. Yeah, driving home.
it's like we're
Uh,
in the back seat.
yes, sir. No, I don't know. I didn't hear too much of your conversation. I only got to the part where you talked about meeting people in church. And are you Prophet Zacharias?
No,
Or is
far
that
from it. No,
We asked the same
far
question.
from it.
Griswold Grimm asked the same question.
Yeah. Isn't he like Catholic or something? Something
I don't
like
know.
that.
Something cool.
He also
All
apparently
right.
reads a lot of books, which I can't do at all.
Why not?
I can't do it. I can't read. I can't read that fast.
Uh,
It's too
I can read
much.
a book. You know, one at a time. Takes me time to mull over it. Like I've been reading the Lord of the Rings books for, I guess, roughly 2 years now, just on and off. So I'm right there with you.
Hmm.
Where it shouldn't take me that long, maybe 2 months, but not 2 years.
I get to the point where I have a hard time putting a book down, and it's like an addiction. So,
That's good.
well, it's not. I
That's
don't.
when it's good though.
It's a good book, but it's not good to be addicted to a book, and it's not. And then
Well,
you,
I would
yeah.
say
You need
I've
the
I've
extremes,
been
buddy.
reading. Well, I've been reading a book that I really don't like, and it's making it slower. So be happy
What
if you
business
can't
book?
put it down. I'm not going to mention it. I don't care to mention it.
Is it like an edgy book?
No, it's not. It's not edgy at all. I just don't like.
It's
I
that
just
Fair
don't
enough.
edgy
like how
book.
it's done.
That edgy book called the Bible. I'm just like.
It's just,
I've
There's some
heard there's
things.
some edgy parts in there.
there's some edgy parts.
That's what
Yeah.
Jacob says. He's mad at the Gospel of John.
Yeah,
Well,
that is pretty edgy though.
I do.
But it's
Well, I've
accidentally
heard.
edgy.
I've heard there are like kind of like pornographic parts of the Old Testament, for example.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
there are parts like that. There are parts where people get cut up and
Yeah,
cut
it's
up and
it's like
distributed.
a
It's
R-rated
like
movie or
very,
something.
yeah, it's like very weird, and it's like, what just happened? I have no idea what just happened and what they're doing.
Right.
I don't. So Alex, please contemplate the power of I am statements.
I don't want to do that right now.
Yeah, I'm
Jesus,
wondering
clearly
what the goal
I just
is.
don't want. I don't want to. I don't want to put my brain in that many gears right now.
Contemplate the power of I am statements. That is interesting. Are you
Wait a
reading
minute.
a
Are you
book
talking
you picked?
about? Is he talking about like when God says "I am" and like to Moses, or
I don't know exactly his reason for some of the things he asked for. So,
yeah?
but I'm always
You know what? I would
curious.
say something controversial. I
Are we
think
reading a
Grimm is
book?
actually kind of a normal guy.
Kind of a what?
Normal?
Normal?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say so.
He has
Well,
like
He
a
has some
character
abnormal.
about it.
He has enough abnormality to make him interesting and unique.
I think the thing with
Yeah.
him is he has consumed a large amount of information. Like I think the amount of information, like the diversity of the amount of information that he's exposed himself to is quite broad. So like that's what like he's pulling from a lot. Like so it's a if anything like yeah that's my sense of Grimm is and sometimes I'm there with him and like and I'll say things and he's like and he'll call me out and say oh you got that from I forget there's some guy that comes to mind where he's like yeah you got that from so and so did you watch so and so and yeah
Was
so
it
there's
Alex Jones or was it
uh
Owen Benjamin? Something edgy? Or was it Shijak? Slavoj Zizek?
no
He's a popular
and
dude.
it wasn't Terrence McKenna and it wasn't Alan Watts. Now this guy was a. I'm pretty sure Grimm's also looked at things like the man on the was it the man on the land movement. There's like there's people who basically say that their name is a legal fiction, right? I don't know if you guys ever got into that.
That sounds cool. That sounds like a story. Like Philip
They
K.
end up
Dick.
in well they end up in a there's YouTube videos of people like trying to basically not give their driver's license over uh, to the police officers, or they're in court and um, they're trying to use maritime admiralty law when they're in court.
Sounds cool.
Um,
Sounds cool.
free men on the land.
Free
There's
man
all
on.
kinds of there's all kinds of things like that. Yeah, here it's only funny when they try to use it in court.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, there's some capital. Was it anarcho-capitalists? There's a bunch of people. That's the thing.
There's too many people.
Well, there's a lot of smart ones too that say interesting things. There's a lot of smart people out
One
there.
second. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
All right.
Research handle for that rabbit hole is sovereign citizens, I think. Yeah, I'm still trying to remember the one that's a rabbit hole. I can't even remember the name. Actually, I know how to figure it out because I texted my brother this guy, and my brother just got so upset about him. And I don't like debating people either, but I think it's good to be able to. It's good to want to know people's perspectives and be able to tolerate people's perspectives.
Yeah, I was thinking about the reasons people do like there you get like a church controversy going on, and it's like you kind of start noticing that there's like like a sort of information not being given to across people who are having the problem, and it's like they don't know how to talk about it, but they see it as a problem. So it's like, okay, maybe someone has to say something to the
Sorry
to
about
the
that, guys.
good. Someone has to say something to the effect of, hey, there seems to be some kind of problem, and we're kind of having that kind of any kind of conversation in which that could possibly bring it back together. Because if you don't have those, it's funny enough that it's easy for these situations to just not have those conversations taking place, and then everyone just kind of splits apart or do their own thing. And it's very frustrating to deal with that or to think about it.
Yeah.
The controversies that was it? There's a Bible verse I've been thinking about, Proverbs 6:16 through 19.
What does it say?
And I'm trying to get my.
I got my Bible right here.
What's that?
I can look it up.
I got it here as well.
Oh, sick. Did you say 19?
Proverbs 6:16 through 19.
What version am I looking at?
I'm looking at KGV right now.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll read it.
Read it.
These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yeah, 7 are an abomination unto him. So first of all, there's going to be 7 things that are mentioned, and the first 6 seem to be ones that God hates, and the 7th is somehow different. And so you have a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deceiveth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief,
Deviseth.
a heart that deviseth wicked imaginations. Thank you. Feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. And so the last one there is he that soweth discord among brethren. And that's the one where, it seemed like there's a spirit of yeah. What do you call that? It's like, it's that spirit I talked about last week of, throwing tables, maybe. It's like flipping tables.
I
Or you
don't know if
start
it's flipping tables. I think it's different.
sowing
It sounds
discord.
funny. Well, it sounds funny you'd say flipping tables, and it's like, well, Jesus flipped tables.
That's what comes to mind for me. Yeah, it's like, but the thing is God doesn't hate this last one, right? So this first 6 God hates. The 7th is somehow different than the first 6.
It says it's an abomination, which it could.
Well, we could probably look at the Blue Letter Bible and look at all the words as well, and try to understand. But basically, I asked in Jacob's Ladder and the Torah channel to get more feedback. I'm waiting on Yosef. If he doesn't have time to respond within a week or so, I'll probably ping Hezi. So, but yeah, I'm interested. Like, these, there's, in Judaism, there are these wise, essentially scholars who have thought about this and had conversations about almost everything in the Old Testament. And it's like, well, what do they think about all this?
Yeah, well, it's also interesting because I was reading 2 Samuel, the part where it's the chapter where Absalom basically takes over the kingdom, and all he does is he stands in front of the gate of the city, and as people are going in, he goes, "Hold on a second." It's like, the king can't talk to you. if you have a problem, you should come to me instead. And it's like, I'm not sure exactly how long because it's a bit confusing to me how long it takes, but I think it takes some time before everyone, not ignorant of what is actually going on, they just follow him instead of the king. It's like he tells them what to do, they do it. And now he's in charge. And then in response, when David is running away, he goes, okay, I want you to go back and become servants to my son and try to influence how his counselors are giving him counsel. So it's like it's working both ways now. One time Absalom took away his followers, and now David is trying to sneak in and take away his. So that's kind of how it works. It's like that very underlying subterfuge.
What does that mean to you?
Like, well, I guess it goes back to the spirit that sort of is guiding people and they don't realize it. Like, it's like a spirit of discord, if you want to call it that. And it just seems to not really. It's like it almost like you don't want to suggest that there is a solution to fixing it, or like you don't want to go through any process to fix it. You just kind of want to make it worse. Or you don't even realize you're making it worse, right? You're just, just like, I can't believe this person said this. And it's like, okay, so you have a problem with this person. Like, that's fine. You can have a problem with someone, but maybe you should also spend the time to tell that person what the problem is, or, do something to negate the discord that's brewing up and keep everything together. But so it's just easy not to do that, just to keep going.
Right. It's a really important thing to do. Is to instead of speaking kindly to people in front of their faces and speaking ill behind their backs, people should do the other way, where you tell people if they're making mistakes so they don't seem ridiculous, and then when they're not able to defend themselves, you don't just like pile on that.
Well, yeah. That's like the other hard part. It's like it's hard if you lose. It's also hard if you win, because no matter what, it's like you're gonna be tempted. You're gonna be tempted to do something.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking about.
Yeah, you were talking about controversy in the church, and that's what made me think about this this sowing discord. And then there's also something about the Latter-day Saints, the LDS Church. They call it, what do they call it? The spirit of contention. Like they try to avoid that. But like when Jesus was flipping tables, there was something like
contention,
a contention, and like a sowing discord. But it seems like it's something you want to avoid, and then it's not something you would want to do for fun, right? Like you shouldn't be sowing discord for entertainment. You would need a really good reason.
Right.
But also, like I'd mentioned, honesty. it's kind of a theme for me in these just chatting streams is honesty and trustworthiness, and that Proverbs 6:16 through 19. There's a this thing that one of the things that God hates is a lying tongue,
Yeah.
and so yeah, I guess the 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 image in my mind is something like so if you avoid doing these things God hates, you can get closer to God. And as you do these things God hates, you move farther away from God. Something like that.
I don't understand that.
So, yeah, so thy will be done. And there's a question of how do we know God's will?
Right.
And then the thought I'm having, or like, is it, as avoid doing these things God hates, you become something like sanctified or something, and you would better recognize God's will,
You become blessed. Uh,
something like that.
Peter 1, chapter 5, it's a letter, but talks about something like that, where he's instructing the church that he's talking about persecution, but he's also talking about how you conduct yourselves and things you ought to do. How to be a leader, those who have power, take care of those who don't, and those who are like young, listen to your elders and stuff. And to live like Christ, you are, he says, like blessed. So it's not like, I guess it could be like theosis, but it's just something that, it's like you're a saint. Like if I said, if you were really nice to me, Gavin, or you gave me $10 when I didn't have enough to buy like a meal or something, and I called you a saint, like that's kind of, is that something like you're talking about where you're blessed or you're
I guess
sanctified?
the way I think about it is I think about like our politicians, and I think about how many of them are liars, and then I think that they have an inability to know God's will because they lie. And so it's a direct effect of their lying that causes them to be unable to know what God wants them to do in the world.
Right.
So that's what I'm thinking, just to be very specific.
Well, I mean, that's the hard thing is that everybody sins.
Well, I'm not talking about sin. I'm talking about like
Specific.
deceiving people,
Yeah.
saying you will do something and then not doing it.
Yeah.
Or at least saying you're going to do something and then not explaining why you changed your mind and why you were wrong when you said you were going to do something. Like what people do to gain popularity is people play power games, and so the honesty could hurt your reputation in a power game, but the consequence of winning a power game is that you become less able to know God's will. That's my concern. I'm not saying it's true, but that's my concern, is that we actually have created systems that are selecting for people who don't know God's will. That's my concern.
Well, I would contend that that just always will happen with any of our systems. It's not like, it's going to happen. The question is, can we bring it? Can we save it?
When you
You know,
say it's going to happen, what
the
is it?
corruption, the
The
corruption
corruption?
in the system. Like it's going to happen.
So
It's going to break down. Eventually, it's going to rust and wear down.
yeah,
Or somebody will find loopholes in there.
and if it and if the people don't figure out a way to remove the corruption, then you end up with something like violence and suffering and pain and death, something
Or
like a
decay.
revolution or a war.
Like
Or decay.
it doesn't have to be violent. It could just be like how you said, where you're outside of God's will. You know.
Well, if things corrupt enough, you end up with something like starvation, right? Or you end up with like people fighting wars and for personal gain at the expense of their people. Like there's all kinds of things that corruption can do to a human, and you give that human power or those humans power, and ruin they ruin the peace, or they ruin
Yeah,
they ruin the systems that are providing the things that are important, like basic necessities and education, whatever.
When I hear the word corruption, I think of poison. You know.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind for me.
It's like, oh, go ahead. I'm my bad.
I was gonna say I think of like several things like rust or cancer or software bugs and problems, all those kinds of things that
Yeah,
just kind of grow if they're just grow when they shouldn't grow.
yeah, that's what. And it's kind of like the cells are going their own way too.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they'll just do their own thing and they're not connected to the body anymore.
yeah. If you built houses, corruption might be the wood rotting or the termites undermining the structural integrity of the building. Or if you were farming, you could have fungus, disease, or pests. I'm sure this corruption, it's like as a pattern exists anytime you're trying to have something that's good, right? But yeah, that's a good point. There's a lot of like rust. You're pointing out a lot of things that like match that pattern of corruption.
Yeah.
For me, it's a question of how do you um, how do you deter corruption, right? But it's not something I feel like an urgency for it, but and a passion for it. But it's something that I feel like is important that we
Yeah,
we talk about.
You have to clean house,
you gotta tell the truth.
basically. Yeah,
You know,
yeah. It's just clean up time.
I have a hard time telling the truth to people, but I can, if I made a mistake, I can tell the truth with ease. But if it's like, if someone was mean or uh, something happened and it's like someone else's cause, I always have the hardest time to tell the truth. You know, I think once it gets
Yeah.
like bigger than myself, it gets harder. I don't want to hurt people's feelings, or in all honesty, I'm kind of scared of my boss, but
Yeah.
he's a wild guy.
I actually told my boss that the other day. I said, "Yeah, I got a little nervous about this meeting that we're going to have," and he's like, he's very calmly was like, "It sounds like I'm not providing the kind of environment that allows you to feel secure," something like that. And then at the end of the meeting, he had asked, "Well, how was this meeting, Gavin?" Say it was me sharing my feelings, and then and I feel like it got better afterward.
Did you feel secure
Yeah,
when
well,
you
it's
asked you that?
as a leader, it's if you create an environment where people don't feel comfortable telling you the truth,
Yeah,
then you're going to have that kind of corruption within your organization, and so
right.
you really want to foster an environment where people feel comfortable telling you what they think.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I would like add to that because they're like more than one way to do that. You want you want to be receptive to people, but you also want them to be confident. And so you have to push back sometimes. You have
And
times
there's
of,
a way to do it too.
yeah. Yeah, it's like you have to know how to balance all these things.
We got a masked character.
What's up,
Hey,
fellas?
Chad, I have a luchador mask. Not on me.
Really?
Yeah, I'll try to wear it next time. It's the Nacho Libre.
It's what?
Have you ever seen the movie Nacho Libre?
Yes.
I got that mask in Mexico, or like an off-brand one.
Nice.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
you guys doing?
Talking about corruption and being honest, and then kind of getting into the weeds.
Mm.
What about yourself? How have you been?
Good. My wife and I were just watching some Bosch, and
Monday Night Bosch.
yeah, and just chilling, and thought I'd come out and have a smoke or two before the night's over. Thought I'd say hello.
Dope.
Thank you for dropping in.
Has anyone been watching PVK recently? I kind of watched a little bit of his show, but not too much.
I mostly listen.
Listen. Yeah, his YouTube channel has like so many commercial breaks that you have to listen to it on Podbean.
Yeah, that's why I like the premium.
Yeah.
I pay for premium.
I mean, ever since Peterson, like all I don't know, whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago, however long it was, I just paid for. No, it wasn't Peterson. That it was Cobra Kai. When Cobra Kai first came out,
Oh yeah.
they had like this thing. It originally came out on YouTube, and you could watch like the first episode for free. And then I was like hooked, and then so I bought premium, and I've had it ever since.
Nice.
I have watched the last two PVKs. I think the last two, at least two of the last three, he was pointing. I think he pointed at Jacob's channel once, and he had a conversation there, and another one, his one today, he pointed at a conversation on Griswold Grimm's channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then he also encouraged, he thought that the conversation after the clip that he shared on Griswold Grimm's channel with Chad and Grizz Grimm was important, had some important things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting when he kind of focuses back on the corner a little bit, which I know that Phlebas and others don't necessarily like to talk about ourselves like that, but
Yeah.
it's in my organization, and we do this thing called a retrospective every 2 weeks. Like each team has their retrospective, and you basically say, what did you learn? What went well, and what can we do better?
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of reflection, that process I think is really good for learning and teaching.
Yeah, I hated those kinds of things.
Why do you hate those
Because
kinds of things?
I never had anything to say. It's like, what did you learn? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are good things to do if you wanted to do those, like if your organization wanted to do that internally, but it's probably not a meeting that you would share with the public that you're selling to. You know what I mean?
It's like it's the kind of things you do around friends that
Yeah.
you can talk to, but it's hard if you're not really willing to try to put that kind of engagement with people who are, it's like it does depend on like their attitude. I didn't have an attitude for it. a long time, so I just didn't care for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got a couple things on my mind as far as like concern about oversaturation, and then about some of the seemingly self-congratulatory conversations. It's like, every time I'm actually actively trying not to say those three words
Yeah,
together. So
I think that's good. What did you think about the like? Are we like the thing? I really thought it was a good phrase that I came up with your help, but like I do feel like what I've been trying to do, and I tried to express it to Carol Wong, is like we are doing this facilitating perspectival and participatory transformation. Like I mean, obviously we need to have fun too, right? And that's why I love your channel, Chad, and Grim Grizz. But yeah, I'm fine not trying to name what it is that we are. Like I don't think we necessarily need an identity. Like I don't think we do. I know there's people who disagree, but I do like knowing kind of like what are we aiming at.
What are we aiming at?
Yeah,
Well, I would say we do have an identity, whether you like it or not.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's just more like I say it's more like a given. Much like you are a person named Gavin, and that's just it. It's like you could change your name, but that doesn't mean you're a different person, really.
It's kind of like the map is not the territory thing. Like, any identity you have for me is going to be incomplete.
Well, I don't know. I think the conversation started around persons. Not necessarily persons. I'm sorry. The conversation started around concepts and ideas and new things to trip over that were interesting and like, whoa. So the more that we lean our conversation into about ourselves or certain people, the more it gets kind of goopy. I think Paul had something really interesting to say when he's mentioned how somebody's trying to centralize something, and he says it's kind of antithetical to the thing, which I thought that was
Well, I think it is though about people. I mean, if you want to talk about, if you want to like just assume that it all started with Peterson, then it's like it's not just his ideas, it's the fact that he has these ideas and he seems to be honest about them. Like he's not like his life is actually fulfilling these ideas and it's not just ideas.
right.
So it is him and it kind of spread out to other people
I think that's
because we look up to people. It's like we on purpose look up to people for them to give us that kind of spiritual, like that spiritual uplifting, that sort of that sort of encouragement, explicit or implicit, that allows us to become something that's better than what we are right now.
So kind of like a priest or something, or a pastor.
Kind of like a priest or a king or a cool wrestler or or any one of those things.
yeah.
They're all people.
Yeah. I
They're
mean,
specific people.
there's definitely an enthusiasm and a spirit that can be encouraged and generated. I mean, I get that. I just think that the more that we're doing that, the more uninteresting it all becomes. You know, I don't know. That's just me. I'm just thinking about it in terms of like, there's
Some things are more fun than other things.
yeah. I mean, to me, I feel like, all right. How about this? Like, what if your friend that you kind of thought was cool, and you know he was like inspiring or like brought a cool spirit around every time he was around. All of a sudden, you started talking in the first person, and like almost everything that he started talking about was himself. It would be like, okay,
Yeah, that's
You think
that.
that is that the feeling you get around the whole? I even hate to say our corner of the internet, but is that what you feel about us?
only over the last few days.
Yeah.
So what would be wrong if Gavin started talking about Gavin?
Well, I've heard Gavin do that.
Yeah. That old past Gavin did it. I don't know if this Gavin's going to do it.
It's just something that I noticed, and I'm just like, it'll be real nice when we can start just, you know.
So, the thing we were talking about was corruption. Like and how corruption can lead to pain and suffering and death. And then there's something about being honest, which allows us to somehow fight back against corruption or be able to recognize it and help like do some healing, so that we can avoid unnecessary pain and suffering. Because if we don't do that, it's just inevitable. And so, the question is, do we care about large scale corruption as individuals and communities we participate in? And what can we do about it? Like, can we avoid looking back at ourselves if we want to do anything about corruption within systems? That's kind of what I think about. Like, for me, somehow it's connected that if we want to do something about corruption and corrupted systems and our own personal corruption, it requires some type of like self-reflection.
Yeah, I mean, I do a fourth step, and I try to do some self-reflecting. You know, I think that's healthy to do, but that shouldn't be all you do, and it shouldn't be mostly what you do.
Yeah, I agree with that. It shouldn't be all you do.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I had a conversation with a lefty streamer, leftist guy.
Those are fun.
And he was talking about first like in-house issues with famous people, but then I asked him about like God and stuff because he used to be a conservative, and he was a pretty good Christian, and I still think he is to some degree, but he kind of got on this place where Jesus affects him in a way that no one else can, but he just doesn't have the evidence to back up the claims that it's real. And so we started talking about just metaphysics of, I believe the good will win in the end. And he says, well, what if it doesn't? And that's where we kind of got stuck, because like your conversation with corruption and kind of moving it away from, the bridge of meaning stuff. But it does seem like there's nothing a regular individual can do besides, be a good guy. Like, try not to be corrupted yourself.
There's a thing you do after you clean your room, like, right? I'm just saying, Jordan Peterson asked everyone to clean their room, and it's like eventually people learn how to clean their room and look around and try to ask, what else can we do?
He says beautify it.
He says that. He also says tell the truth. So it's like clean your room and clean yourself.
And then there's a question of what does Jordan Peterson not know how to do? And
A lot,
yeah, there's a lot.
like me. But the
Right?
thing, Peterson is
That points at the answer, though.
yeah, I don't know. The whole talk around Peterson and the like at what level of, I don't want to say perfection, but it seems like people, I was talking to somebody about this today. It's like, well, we want him to say certain words about what, like, we're hoping he joins our church, and is he going, and he isn't a Christian and all this crap. It's like, you guys haven't, anybody who says that, I really think hasn't been paying attention. Really, if you look at between the lines of a lot of the stuff that he said, I think he's right there. And and he's also doing something else, which he's like when he was talking to Muhammad Hijab, he and Jonathan Peugeot made the joke about, well, he's trying to convert you, and then everybody laughed, but Peterson said, well, I don't think it works that way. I mean, that's a real indicator as to, like, I think Peterson understands, like, something about belief that only somebody who really believes knows.
Yeah.
And so you have that coupled with this idea, like, he is on like an intellectual quest, but it's far deeper than that. So I feel like he's actually literally trying to wrestle with God. He's on a mission to challenge him. He's going to take everything that he's experienced up till now and take it right up to the edge of the abyss and stand there and say, "Show me." And I think that's what he's doing. And I don't know what more we want out of the guy. You know, who
If he's
cares?
gonna do that, I'd say be very careful.
You think he doesn't know that?
Well, maybe he knows it, but even if you know it, be very careful.
Okay. I mean, all that stuff to me is an absolute given. It's like somebody walking up to somebody who's smoking a cigarette and you say, you know, that's not good for you. You should be careful. It's like, really? I mean, I don't think I've ever heard that smoking was bad for me. Wow, I shouldn't probably smoke. It's like, I know. I mean, those are the
Yeah, it's like
they just kind of are some things I think that need to that they're just.
Well, Chad, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So when you talked about Peterson's going to the edge of the abyss, it sounds like the opposite of what Nietzsche did, where he was going to the edge of the abyss and he famously said there's no God and it's going to ruin the world and stuff. But
yeah, he might have fallen in.
what do you think is like Jordan Peterson's version of that? Because to me, that just sounds like going to a church and then participating. But what would that mean to you?
When I think about the abyss, I think about, well, okay, first of all, most people, or what I used to think the abyss was this dark place that was a bad place. And I don't think that's really the abyss, because when I think of the abyss, I think of like what does the abyss shiver at? What terrifies the abyss? And well, that would be the greatest good, something like love, something like a love that you can't even begin to really understand. So we could say the word love, we could say agape, and all this stuff, but like a love that you really can't understand. One that is terrifying. And so I think the real abyss is something like Christ. And it's like it's bigger than you can begin to imagine. Excuse me. I think
I don't call that an abyss, though.
you call it what you want. That's what I'm calling it. That's what I'm saying. It's like
It's an eternity.
Well, I think the idea of Christ that I hear everybody talking about and using is like a very, it's like this cartoon caricature of Christ. It's not like, it's not the eternal. Like, so to me, Christ is the ultimate abyss. It's beyond. It's beyond in a way that, I mean, we can all say, yeah, I love Christ and all this stuff, and but it's far, far, far deeper than. To me, it's the absolute abyss, right? I mean, the dude was born, and he was crucified, and he rose again, and he was crucified, went down to the depths of hell, and then rose again. I mean, and those are all just like kind of some corny words to say. They don't really capture the entirety of that entire story. And so, yeah, Christ is the absolute abyss. Because whatever you think the abyss is terrified of Christ. So of course Christ is the absolute abyss.
That didn't make any sense to me.
When I think of abyss, I just think of heaven and hell, and one being infinitely above us and the other being infinitely beneath us, and we can easily fall down, but we can't easily rise up to heaven. That's what I think of. I think of the abyss.
It's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's like
Needed an interpreter.
It's not. It's like I make a distinction. I don't call heaven the abyss. I call it heaven.
I didn't call heaven the abyss. I said like the
Yeah.
it's greater than words. It's hard to explain. It's like this.
You have a supporter, Chad. Sherry says the whole mystery of Christ. Chad, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's.
I see what you mean, though. It's the infinite,
Nice.
the impossible, the expressionless thing that you're
But-
looking at, and that
Unknown, greater thing that you can forever explore, but it's the antithesis of the abyss.
It's terrifying.
yeah, it's like so we're saying that Peterson is looking at the infinite good, and he's still trying to figure out what he's looking at.
He did say that he felt like if you stare into, he said, if you stare into the abyss long enough, you'll see a light. That's what Peterson said. So that's what I'm saying. It's like beyond. It's like you get like literally put.
Yeah,
It's like you literally putting your life on the line for your enemy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like you'll never do it. You could say you'll do it, but
I wouldn't want to.
who said anything about wanting to?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think people really think they ever actually want to. I think more often it would happen by accident, and then all of a sudden it's like,
I don't think anyone has ever
I don't
done
know.
it. So if you put your life on the line for the enemy, it's because you were saving people that you loved, right? So really, if you love them, they're not your enemy.
That reminds me of Saint Moses. Not Moses from the Bible, but they're a guy from, I think, Egypt, definitely northern Africa. He was a black dude, and they called him terrible names, right? And he lived a crazy life, and he ended up going to this monastery, and they're the only ones who let him stay there. And so he was like a brigand, or like he for a while too, he would like hurt people, and so they let him stay. And he stayed there, got closer to God, saw mysteries and miracles, and you know how they talk. And it came to a point where the fellow brigands saw him there and like, oh wow, we like this new you. What are you doing? And he's like, living as a monk. And so they decided to join him. And then other brigands come and they're gonna like, they know like they don't fight back. And so what Saint Moses does is he tells everyone to leave, but then he tells that he's gonna stay and he's not gonna fight back at the brigands. He's gonna try to talk to them, and I guess they end up killing him. And so that's where he's been sanctified in the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Have you ever read Man's Search for Meaning? I think Viktor Frankl. I think it came from his book where he describes the victims of these people that were being put to death, and in the last moments of their life, they will cling to their murderer, and like embrace them with love. It's the craziest thing. It was one of the craziest things I read. I think it was in that book, and I thought that's the kind of love. I mean, that you just can't imagine. And all that shit's scary, man. Because like
weakness either. It's not like you're trying to get something out of it.
Well, what I'm saying is we can say all these words and have like some cartoon version of love, but like let's push the boundaries of love. It looks like things that you hope we'll never have to face. But
but
we talk about it like it's so cavalier. We're just so, but like it's really something that you just won't do.
Well, when you talk about love that way, it's like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Like
you mean just like in the
what?
pop songs or?
No, just in general. I think
Yeah.
the culture talks about love in a way that's just not realistic. It's like it's easy to love when it's easy to love.
Yeah, but it's
Like,
like if you are gonna take it to the next step, it's like
there's this great dude that I listened to. His name was Ed Mutum. He was this white trash drunk who ends up getting sober. When he was a year sober, his father was murdered by some people, and some young guys. And a lot of these guys sat in prison. And it was like 20 years after the fact, and he's in the court, and he's sober, and he's living a life where he's trying to be of love and of service to people. And he's at this guy who killed his dad. He's at the parole meeting, and the judge says, "Well, we would let you out, but we don't know where you're going to stay." And this guy, whose dad was murdered, offers that this guy can stay at my place and I'll help him out. Like, that's the kind of love I'm talking about. Like, I hope that I have that capacity for that. And I know me, I just don't know if I have the capacity for that. But I hope that when push comes to shove and the time comes, that I'm able to have that kind of love. I really do, because that would be great. But I know I don't have confidence that I do have that kind of love. I'm very judgmental. I'm full of all sorts of judgments and character defects, and it's like I just hope that I can have the kind of be able to reciprocate some of the grace and mercy that God has done for me and people have done for me. But I don't know if I can.
Yeah, but you still love people in other ways. It may not be the most like you're not going to be the most sacrificial, loving person ever, but you have some of it.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a lot of room to grow. Anyways, I gotta go to bed, guys.
Thanks for visiting.
Thank you. Wow.
I listen to people share their thoughts, and you can hear. So people will share their model and their perspective, and to me, it's like people will try to explain how the world is, and to me, it's a reflection of like themselves and how they see themselves. And so it was. I think I heard Chad talking about how hard it can be to do this kind of the ideal form of love, and at first it sounded like he was saying like maybe no people can do this, but when I heard him saying that, I was like, it sounds like this is something that Chad struggles with. And then so it was nice there at the end that he was being like, I heard him being honest there and saying this is something that I hope I can do when it comes to that time. And I can and I can feel that as well. It's like there's a question in me as well. Would I be able to do the kind of love? There's a story about my pawpaw that comes to mind, like where his wife had surgery and they operated on the wrong leg, and she ended up dying. And he he's a poor white trash drunk or something like that, and maybe always was. Didn't become sober, but he's a good man, and he he sued to pay for the medical bills and for like a 3-week vacation or something, and took his kids on a road trip so he could bond with his kids after their mom died. And it's like, he could have like maybe got a lot of money, but people make mistakes. These doctors make mistakes. Everybody ends up in a situation and they do things, and there's a reason why they did it. So yeah, I can feel for what Chad's saying. Like, it'd be nice that if I could live up to kind of the standard of my pawpaw, right?
Yeah.
Or whoever did that ideal thing in the story. And Chad told some good stories there. And then that story of Saint Moses, that was a good one as well.
Yeah. He said that he kind of said that line, those who live by the sword die by the sword. I think that was like one of his last things he said. Is
So
that
maybe he felt like he kind of had it coming or something.
yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Hurt what he was doing, but yeah, he's a cool guy. I got a lot of reflecting to do after that.
I think Chad has a good point about like we don't need to always be doing this self-reflection thing. And that's probably something I struggle with.
But he did self-reflect.
But he does play too.
Like he just said we do that too much, and then in so doing, like he did a lot.
Well, he said it's good to do it, and I think we're cultivating a space where that can happen, and maybe we can do it in better ways. But it's also good to play. There has to be this balance. I haven't played in a long time until I had kids, and then I started playing again. So I know what it's like to be too serious and not play enough. So it's got to have a balance. I was listening to a stream last night with a guy named Bill who was talking about all this work that he's doing, and it reminded me of the story of Mother Teresa and how I'd heard how Mother Teresa felt like, she felt kind of disconnected from Jesus. And I always thought that sometimes people are so serious and they don't take the time to play. And maybe this is something where we have to be able to be serious and do service. But if we do it all the time and we don't have time to play, then maybe that's unhealthy.
That's another thing I was thinking about recently is like you can't have basically it's that you can't have any type of fun if there's nothing sacred. So it's like if you just have fun, you have no more fun because all the fun dies out. And if you don't have fun, you kind of don't understand what is sacred. And that's the kind of the gist of it. But I was thinking about that and trying to, get all that understanding in my head, so it'd be easier to like know the right times to do one or the other.
Yeah.
And not just try to, make something sacred that shouldn't be sacred. Try to be serious when it's like no one wants to be serious right now. Just no.
Well, you could play right now. It's like there's nothing stopping you from playing.
Yeah, he just did. Gavin just did. He started singing.
Right. I like to do that with my kids sometimes. That just add a little bit of tone to the words that you have to say like a preacher. There's no reason why I have to keep my monotone.
No, it's not.
I know it's strange.
Unless you just want to be that person. You just want to be that person.
It can be fun. Like you could have a guitar and everything you say could have a rhythm.
Yeah.
But I mean, it needs to be fun though.
That's fun. Yeah,
it's nice if you can mix the two together. I think I've mentioned to Griswold Grimm one time. It would be nice if we could gamify peace on earth, like make it fun and meaningful at the same time.
Yeah,
that would be ideal.
Because it comes off too serious and too idealistic.
What's that?
Peace on earth and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the peace vision. We're gonna stop wars and all that. It's like, well, it doesn't mean just that. I think it could mean a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people. It's nice if it's fun and rewarding while it's happening, right? If you're making a ton of sacrifices and experiencing like discomfort and pain in order to get it, then it probably just isn't going to happen, right? Because humans seem to like comfort, right? So
maybe you can gamify being uncomfortable.
Well, I've tried to do that a little bit, but
it sounds like fasting.
Yeah, fasting's hard.
I can't do it.
I went
jogging. I don't have the body
in
for it.
31-degree weather the other day, and I was like, and it was really windy and humid.
Yeah,
well, as humid as it is when it's cold in Alabama. But I was thinking, yeah, I'm trying to experience discomfort intentionally. maybe it's fun.
It is fun because then you know who the tough guys are and who isn't the tough guy.
Yeah, you want to do a push-up competition?
Okay, I can play.
Oh man.
St. Jude has the hospital. They had a thing where you're supposed to do like 1,000 push-ups within the month of November.
That's cool.
You could. That's easy. That sounds pretty easy. At least I could do it. If you just do a certain number a day.
I'm probably about 800 short right now. I've been trying to get about 20 a day, but
yeah, if you do 20 a day,
but you're still not going to get 1,000.
You get a lot.
Well, you can do
1,000. All you'd have to do is like add 10 to that for 20. Do 30 to 40 a day, and then you easily hit 1,000.
And then the reason I started is because I injured myself. So I started out, I couldn't even do one on my knees. And so I've worked up to 20. So,
yeah,
it's something like you have to listen to your body and use support. Like my knees were my support. Like sometimes we need support. So
like the girl push-ups.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure that's demeaning to some of these females that I know who can do more push-ups than I can. So
yeah,
that's demeaning to you.
I like to watch. Well, when you say that it's a girl push-up to them, it might be demeaning to them, right? I know. I watch rock climbers, and there's some rock climbers, man, that I try to tell my kids, like,
oh yeah,
I'll never be that good.
There are women rock climbers who would be like, I'll never be like ever.
Do you pay attention to rock climbing, Alex?
Not really, but I've seen some of it, and I've done a little bit, and it's like one of the few things I really just like to do in terms of physical, like sport kind of things.
Yeah.
It's so simple and yet like extremely, agonizing, but in like a way that it's just only pertaining to you. So it's like it's just like there are no other. It's like there are no other variables. It's just you, and that's it. The rock is completely still. It doesn't care anything about what's happening. It's just you. So if you fail, it's your fault. So it's like, okay.
I like
Or,
it.
it's your fault, or it's just, too hard. And it is hard.
I like getting to the top of a climb, and then like all of a sudden having the fear and the panic. Like, and it's almost like every time I get to the top of a climb, for me, there's a little bit of fear and panic. And so I try to just jump off and keep my hands out instead of like, holding on to the rope. But yeah, like I try to like train my mind a little bit to confront that thing. Y'all were talking about the abyss
Yeah.
earlier, and it's like, for me, there's something
weird.
about the
Yeah.
unknown. Like, will my gear actually do its work, do its job, and make sure I don't die?
Yeah. There are times when I would think that, but it was weird because I've always been afraid of heights, but for some reason I was able to do like climb a rock wall, and then I was like, this isn't so bad. It's like I did it once. I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna get over heights, I'd better just do this once and get over it. And then it was like, wow, that wasn't too bad. It's like it was really weird, It's like those rare moments when you're willing to actually do something you're not willing to do otherwise, and then you find out it's not so bad. Yeah.
I got up on the wall one time and I got what you call the Elvis shakes, and I started like my foot was shaking uncontrollably.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's always like your foot too.
It doesn't happen now, but I remember when it happened that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll be like when you're trying to push with it and it's like it starts shaking. It's like, no, I want you to push right now.
Yeah, when y'all were talking about confronting the abyss, that's, for me, the abyss is something like the unknown, and so I like trying to confront and do things I've never done before. I like trying to do that. So it's kind of like gamifying, challenging things.
There's
things
a
that make you uncomfortable.
self-improvement guy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a self-improvement guy who talked about quests, and they were just silly, goofy stuff, but they got pretty fun. And you see the popular ones like take cold showers or fast or ask out this amount of chicks or go to places you never would go but by yourself. Like today I went to a bar that I've never been to before. On a negative recommendation, someone said don't go there, and ended up going there and had a great time.
Cool.
Yeah, I had a pretty good time, but so asking girls to dance is kind of like that for me too. Because I get super nervous around them.
If you were to get into rock climbing, you could ask if they want to be belayed. Would you like to be belayed? The thing is with belaying is like that their life is in your hand, and if they belay you, your life is in their hand.
All you have to say is like, I got you, over and over again.
This is a trust building exercise. This belaying thing. It's actually, I imagine it's a cool way to go out and meet people. So.
We don't, in my town, we don't have any of those. We have, in Austin, there was one, in Denver, there was one, but now around here, we only have churches and bars.
Churches and bars. When you said do something difficult, one thing I've never really done that would be cool is to go off and camp in the woods by myself.
Oh yeah,
Um, but yeah, that seems like something that a lot of people do,
yeah,
um, that I haven't done yet, which I think would be
yeah. And you
like
got to.
it would be something that you could do as a rite of passage. I know Griswold Grimm's looking for some kind of rite of passage in
He's.
our society, but
Oh yeah, not for him specifically.
well, if he's going to suggest one, he probably should do it. So
That's
when he suggests that you get put up on a cross and everybody shoots paintballs at you, it's like he's gonna have to volunteer first.
yeah. That's how you stop sarcastic people.
Yeah, I've called him out a few times.
I went. So I'll tell you the story, and then I'm probably gonna get off.
Cool.
Yeah, I might too. So go ahead.
I had a lovely time. So I had a roommate who was super into camping, and he told me like special spot, like a little river or a pond or a really big pond that is like a secret area. And I got really passionate, like those quests or whatever. And so like, I think maybe around, like 6 o'clock, I get some basic supplies. Never been camping before. And I go based off of, it's in a town, it's in a smaller town outside the city. It's in this own secluded area, and you have to follow this GPS to like a certain point. And then he said, then you'll see a fence, hop that fence, and then follow the trail, and you should find it. And so I'm following this trail, and I'm lost. It begins to rain. I have like way too much gear. Like I have a tarp, a hammock, a tent, just one guy. And I didn't have a flashlight, or if I did, it broke, and so I had only a little lighter to like light my way. And I was walking for like a long time, and there was cactus, there was trees. It was scary, and I've never done something like that before. And I got like tired to the point where I just like built a fire with like this, those like emergency bricks that are just like combustible. And so like I'm like so tired, I collapse after that. I read the Bible. I read like Genesis 1, where it says like God created the world, and I like teared up a little bit. And then I like passed out. And it was like maybe 2-ish in the morning. I don't know. My phone was dead, obviously, too. And then I woke up, and I was like the river pond was like just like right over there, like just off where I was. A person was like jogging on this nature trail that woke me. That basically looked like this homeless guy around like some cul-de-sac or like some like really rich neighborhood.
That's great.
Yeah, that was a wild time.
That's great.
So like once I conquered my fear and everything was fine, it really wasn't that dangerous. Yeah.
It was a good story.
Thanks. Well, Gavin, Zacharias, you guys are my brothers in Christ. I love you, and I'm gonna head off.
All right. Have a good night.
So yeah, I'm gonna head out. I guess. Why not? I need to sleep. I do need to sleep.
Yeah, it's whatever. You're welcome. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go.
Right. Thanks for that. Good talk.
There was no debate, or was there a debate?
I don't know, maybe a little bit, but it
Was
wasn't
there
bad.
contention?
There was healthy, very healthy juxtaposition of thoughts.
Yeah, I think for me, it's good to remember that it's just someone else's perspective, right? So we have a perspective and they have a perspective, and it's good to at least try to understand each other's perspectives.
All right.
All right.
I'll head out now. So thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for joining. Bye-bye, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There is a link up at the top. There are 8 people watching. I can throw some background music in otherwise. Hello. So this is being streamed to 2 YouTube channels and a Twitch. So you probably see one watching on one YouTube channel or Twitch or something. So things like that happen. And I appreciate the comment. My forehead is so big, it could be called a 5 head. Gadoonch. Why does he stream on Twitch? I'm not sure. I think he has had some people funnel in. Yeah, I'm guessing that Jacob has had some people on Twitch. Let's see. Oh yeah, so there's 1 person on Twitch. There's 8 people on Jacob's YouTube channel and 0 on my YouTube channel. Thank you, my audience, my 54 subscribers. After this, it might drop to 53. I'm not in it for the numbers, people. That's what I was talking about earlier. There's no viewers. Huh, maybe that was you. Ethan, get in, brother. Yeah, y'all are welcome. More than welcome. I love hearing people's perspectives and trying to understand your value hierarchy, what's going on. Ethan says, Phlebas, you get in.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
How are you doing?
Is this thing delayed?
It might be delayed on your end. It shouldn't be delayed, but
I think I'll just shut down the stream. That was the issue. I'm hearing
Cool.
the background of the stream.
There you go. It's a good call. How's life?
For me, hectic.
Hectic.
Yeah, I'm maintaining the sound system at the church. Kind of doing diaconal things for the church.
What does that mean?
Like fixing audio equipment, fixing light bulbs, stuff like that.
You use the word diaconal? I've never heard that word.
Deacon work.
Deacon work?
Yeah. There's deacons and elders within the Presbyterian church. Yeah.
Cool.
Do you go to church?
I do not go to church.
You Jordan Peterson and fan, or?
I was like, I used to write software every day, and I listened to almost everything he had for a while. But what's been called second or third wave, I haven't kept up unless people pointed at it and said that's a good one. So, but yeah, I enjoyed listening to Jordan Peterson for a while.
Are you with him in your? Are you antithetical towards him now, or are you just no?
I eventually I went looking for good conversations, and as part of that process, I just would try to reach out to people, including Jordan Peterson. And if they ignored me, then I said, okay, well, if they won't give me their attention, then I don't need to give them my attention. And that's just kind of how I've gone about things for a few years now. And I found myself here. I met up with Jacob and Griswold Grimm, and I tend to give people attention if they give me attention. So my wife and my children get most of my attention.
Is it like, do you consider the issue of status or anything like that? Or
I don't consider, to me, status doesn't mean anything. So, and that's what makes me strange. I don't play the same status game that other people play. But I am learning to be more respectful of people, right? Because I'm learning to respect diversity and appreciate diversity more. Like, I think at one point I thought that people should be like me, right? And I'm getting better at really appreciating the beauty of diversity and how it's important that we're different, and that's a good thing that we're different.
Yeah, I remember making an entire chat video on that, about distinctions and so on. Not to sound too heady or anything, but I think of like a painting, and you have different colors in the painting. You have green, you have brown, like say a tree is made up of different paints and different colors. But if you just mix all the colors together, all you have is neutral, and it's not too much to look at. And so when there's distinctions, when there's differences, it adds a color palette. It adds beauty to it.
Yeah, I feel like people who appreciate aesthetics more than I do. And I think so people who appreciate aesthetics more than me may have, like, for example, appreciated diversity sooner than I did. But then for me, appreciating diversity is more practical, like, because I understand my own limitations my own strengths and weaknesses, and then, for example, notice that in my wife there's a counterpart. Each of us have strengths and weaknesses and skills, and whenever we learn how to cooperate effectively, it's we can become more than the sum of our parts, right? So that's beautiful to me, right? Like at a systems thinking level. So I see beauty there more, but it's more like it's the beauty in a symphony, with all of the instruments playing. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm less aesthetic as far as a visual appreciation of visual beauty.
Yeah. Again, that image of a symphony came to me. I think of like all of creation as a symphony, but you have parts which are more harmonious, and I guess parts that are less harmonious. I mean, not entirely attuned to everything, but I think that all the wavelengths that we experience are sort of synchronizing to a song.
So we were talking about corruption earlier. So I wonder what corruption would sound like in a song.
I think it would sound like a distortion pedal, like heavy metal.
Yeah. I
It's
wonder. Yeah. It seems like there could be movements too, though. Like yeah. Anyways, it's interesting to consider.
When I consider that, that idea of harmony, what makes something beautiful to listen to, it's like our brain apparently does mathematics in order to try to, it's like when something is considered beautiful music, it's like our brain is secretly doing mathematics and secretly trying to figure out, is there a pattern that fits, and does it sound pleasing? And yeah.
So I guess when you say like distortion, it makes me think of like Jimi Hendrix playing the guitar or something.
Yeah. Playing with his teeth and whatnot.
Yeah.
I listen to, was it Zach Wild, Black Label Society?
I don't know that one.
He used to play for Ozzy for a little bit, but
cool.
But it's interesting that you talk about, your wife as a counterpart and other people as a counterpart, and making up for the difference of what you lack. And that's actually something I've had trouble sort of noticing in my own experience and sort of thinking. And because of I have bipolar syndrome, so I feel like a out of tune note in my thinking. And but I've managed to continue at least trying to find some sort of direction or hope, and I think that's just keep on going forward.
Yeah, I think yeah, I guess what I know about bipolar is that you can have kind of ecstatic, kind of high energy experiences for a period of time, and then kind of low energy, kind of depression, kind of state, and there can be some kind of like a movement over time
Mm-hmm.
between being up on some kind of a high. I guess it's called like, would it be like kind of a manic, and then you can get down low and be kind of depressive. So yeah, I imagine that's tough. And then yeah, I don't know what the frequency is, like how often they switch and how you try to keep it in balance or keep it in check and all that.
Well, it's interesting. It's like how do you fit in when you're a squeaky note? But I guess you just squeak as loud as you can, I guess. I mean, if that's what you're to do, so squeak.
Well, so I mean, I feel like my own kind of like I'm a oddball in my own ways, and so I feel like if I can know myself, uh, my strengths, my weaknesses, then I can try to be careful about, and this I practice being careful. For example, with my communication and my communication skills, so that, for example, at work, I want to avoid saying the thing that will, um, have a negative impact in the company, right?
Mhm.
As far as, I could say things that end up causing someone to be perceived the wrong way by the company. So
Ah,
so I have to just be careful every time I communicate. I have to be a little more careful than maybe other people,
mm.
because I am a squeaky note in my own way. I don't think I have any bipolar, but I think I have my own set of strengths and weaknesses that I have to be very careful about. And then I've really appreciated having people provide feedback to me when I make mistakes. Like, and there's a part of me where I was like, well, like when you said you're a squeaky note and you can just play as loudly as as you can. Like, I felt like I was like that for a long time, and and then it was very difficult for me to then say, well, other people are different than me, and then my problem is I can't expect other people to be like me, and
Yeah.
right, and so I have to so I practice having a little more self-control, because I know that other people will see me different than I would see myself if I were like looking at myself. So it's just practicing, trying to get better at that, trying to get better at working with other people and being helpful. Takes a good bit of
Well, it's
self-awareness.
also it's that whole harmony thing, kind of like learning what other people's tempo is and try not to step on toes. But I mean, obviously, it's something you can overdo too. I mean, if you're too acutely aware of everything, then yeah, you can sort of make yourself fall apart worrying about it.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you do want to have the courage to make mistakes, but it's also nice to be able to make mistakes with people who who know that you're gonna try to get better and will try to help you get better. So that's nice. But yeah, if you're in an environment where maybe people don't appreciate diversity, then it's not necessarily conducive for my own personal transformation and for the company to be able to find the right place for me within the organization. But which I think every company I work for ends up agreeing that I provide good service. But the feedback really helps me, getting people multiple sources, just providing feedback about what I'm doing well and what I could do better. And then if I have like 2, 3, 4 people telling me the same thing, it's like all of a sudden it's quite obvious that there are people who care about me, and they are saying very similar things. So maybe I'm wrong. So that's been helpful for me.
What type of engineering are you into?
Software engineering.
Oh. Are you at liberty to talk about the software you work on?
Yeah. The company I'm with now, we actually we allow large brands to manage their locations, like throughout the United States, for example. And each location has social media presence, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, things like that. And so they can link their thousands and tens of thousands of social media networks. And then the company can basically they have like a central command with our software to be able to respond to, private messages, comments, create advertisements at scale. I got to work on something, they call it a smart bot. So got to work on that. But yeah, I like it because it would be nice if it's something where maybe someone like Jordan Peterson, for example, could, or politicians or sense makers, they could use a similar technology to help bring in all of the engagements that are happening, all the feedback they're receiving, which could be like a denial of service attack for a normal human being.
Yeah.
But if you add in machine learning to detect sentiment and maybe try to classify messages based on topics, which with machine learning, you can begin to, for example, identify signals and filter out noise.
That is crazy. That's like being hyper productive and having like this.
Businesses are doing it. And then one day our politicians and sense makers will hopefully be doing it as well.
It'd be cool to make that for like the average person so that they could have that type of. Yeah, of course, I don't know. I mean, your average person doesn't get flooded by that much messages, but
your Paul Vanderklay's and John Vervaeke's might get flooded to some degree, and then of course Jordan Peterson, and then even more so like Joe Rogan. Right? It's a lot of information that there's no way a human can identify that message that would have helped Jordan Peterson from being put, stuck in Russia, for example. Maybe there was a message he would have received that would have warned him, but who knows?
Well, I can definitely see now where the thoughtfulness of words comes into play in your thinking. It's based on the software you're designing too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I started out with a missile defense for 6 years out of college, and so we did situational awareness and interoperability, which basically means situational awareness means like knowing where your radars and your missile systems are and where your threats are, and being able to see all of it more easy. Like basically you're looking at Google Maps or something like that, and you're able to see the fighter jets that are moving and being tracked. And that's the situational awareness piece. And the interoperability piece is like, for example, Patriot missile defense and THAAD missile defense, being able to share like threat data. And so but yeah, that to me, all the things that I learned in software engineering in my career, and not just technical either, but organizational, project management, things like that. It's shaped me because I treat it as sacred. Like for me, that's my church. It's kind of
Mm.
my the companies I work with. I'm trying to, like, I left missile defense because I wanted to build something that people would use and would be useful, right? So I've treated it as important and sacred, and it shaped me.
Um,
It reminds me of what Michael Sartori is talking about with trade school. It's like, if you take your work seriously, like you can take almost anything seriously, every moment seriously, and there are spiritual lessons that we can learn, whether you're growing a garden or fishing or whatever you're doing, raising children, trying to whatever it is.
yeah, I believe Martin Luther talked about the faithful shoemaker who glorifies God by just making good shoes, as opposed to getting into theological battles or trying to convert everyone he comes across. No, just make good shoes. Do your job and do it well. And
Well,
yeah,
if you start trying to provide people with good shoes, right, and the best shoes, I mean, they can very easily turn into a multi-billion-dollar business, right? It's not like you could just be a shoemaker, but you could also try to scale the thing if
yeah,
if you have the capacity to do such a thing. So
turn
it's,
it into Al Bundy Plus,
but yeah, I'm interested in scaling things in general, because you can make good shoes, but how do you scale it so that you can get those good shoes to everyone?
Well, that's the interesting thing about scaling is you can scale too quickly and you can scale into failure
Yeah.
if you scale up too quickly.
What I've noticed in the software world is that, like, we were having a conversation earlier, and we talk about if you have like a head of an organization versus if you don't. But what I've found is, like, there's something similar in software architecture where you can have a monolith, and a monolith is like a monarchy, right? And that is appropriate with a certain size team. And then once the team grows and your customer base grows, there's decisions to be made where the monolith no longer makes sense. So you go to something that's more decentralized and distributed, and then but it still needs a layer of coordination, right? But it's interesting how that works out. Here we go to Hezzy. Good evening, Gavin.
Good
I
evening.
like Hezzy. I think Hezzy's. I like listening to Hezzy. He's good. But yeah, you don't want to scale too fast, for sure. I've heard something in engineering, like where sales team will outpace the engineering team, right? So you can get in a difficult situation at that point. It's basically, that means you're scaling too fast.
I follow a lot of business moguls. Like I've been following was Eli the Computer Guy and Louis Rossmann, and they're just like lower tech. But when I was listening to Louis Rossmann, and he had his business running, he repairs Apple iPhones,
Okay.
and he bought a brick and mortar business in New York before they had the pandemic. And when the pandemic hit, like, he had to fire a lot of employees. And that's the thing, getting off your toes in that situation and then then you make a large investment and you're wondering whether that large investment's going to pay off, and you have to, yeah, it's all risk. But if you don't risk, then you kind of sit there and twiddle your thumbs. So
Well, there's a like the company I work for, we were already set up as a remote company before the pandemic, and so we weren't hit as hard as other companies. But it's interesting to me that, you know, now you can see restaurants, for example, that are designed differently than they were previous to the pandemic, and so there's ideas about how a business should be run, and even how the building should be structured, which weren't
What do you,
necessarily like the best thing or ideal, but was the product of just history. Right? It's just the way it had been done. So some companies who were already ahead of the curve, they didn't feel as much pain whenever an event like that happened.
whether or not you should have a building or not? Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of people are working remotely, so
there's drawbacks. There's things that you can do remotely. I think there's actually people who can work remotely, and some people who can't. So, like when I hear that it's, for example, it might be hard to do an online estuary versus an in-person estuary, I think that probably depends on the people. Because in my experience, there's certain people who need to go into the office or go on site, and they wouldn't be able to handle working from home. But I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think I don't think like all people are the same, and that all people have, are going to fit your model, whatever that model is.
well, I grew up as a boomer, really, and I grew up with 56K modems and stuff. And YouTube was quite a new technology for me, and all of this social media interaction. And something I've noticed is just it has changed people's personalities. People are more dopamine addicted, like they consume a lot more content or have a lot less attention spans. I mean, yeah, kind of like my brother works for he does the cooling systems for the building for TikTok, but he would never let his kids watch TikTok. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like it's just a cocaine fest of a program. So you kind of wonder if people develop bad personalities by isolating themselves, and yeah, you get stuck in a place by yourself for too long. You get cabin fever. It's like The Shining.
Yeah, that's something like because I have a wife and children, that my situation ends up being different than other people who don't have that, and so
Yeah.
as I try to remember that as well.
Yeah.
So it might be like it might be part of the reason I don't go to church, or part of the reason why I maybe don't go crazy, whenever I'm, isolated, for example, because I'm not necessarily isolated. But yeah, it's good. It's a good reminder.
So, are you an atheist or?
No, I mean, it's I don't know. How would you define a non-theist?
Agnostic, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, I believe in God, but I don't have any. I don't treat like any book as sacred,
Hmm.
right? So, but yeah, I'd try really. I seek God, um, and like I'm very determined and persistent, and I seek God.
Hmm.
So, and I've been doing it for a long time. So, but yeah, I was agnostic before. You know, I think I went from atheist to agnostic um, to believing in God, and
So
then developing a relationship with God.
you started off atheist in your youth, or
Yeah, I
you
would
were
say,
raised that way?
yeah. Well, I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't raised atheist, but religion was mostly ignored,
Hmm.
and then like I encountered prayer with my extended family, and like I went into a church a couple times or things like that, and it was always a little strange. Um, but yeah, I didn't really become an agnostic until I was like maybe like 17, 18, 19 years old, maybe 19 years old, um, because I realized how powerful belief is, and I
Hmm.
realized um, I was believing in like an idea of God that was easy to disprove. So it's like a straw man God.
Hmm.
So I believed in a straw man God, and that's why I was an atheist. And so then I said, well, maybe God is real, and I don't know. And after doing that long enough, I ended up meeting God. So
For me, was it my grandmother was one of these. She was stuck up in West Virginia, and they have like only two channels. Um, my grandfather was in World War II, D-Day, 29th Infantry, and my grandmother would just listen to a lot of Holy Roller stuff and like TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, and stuff. And it was always kind of hokey, kind of Pentecostal stuff that was rather off-putting. But for me as a kid, I don't know why I always took it seriously. And I just had so many little moments where I, I had like a waking dream where I saw a hand come out of the ground and said, "Come this way." And I can't tell whether it was a dream or whether it was in my head. And then when it came to my faith, it was bizarrely something that uh, it happened over a video game console station. I had gotten upset, and I asked my mother to rent a video on VHS about Jesus because I didn't know what salvation was, what it was about. Didn't make sense to me. I knew that we went to church, but that was about it. And uh, I remember I had spilled grape juice on our video game console, and the damn thing was not working. And I flipped it on, flipped it off, flipped it on, flipped it off, and it wasn't working. And my brother was blaming me, kind of going like, "Well, you broke the thing," and like, yeah. And eventually, my mother calls me up to watch the video, so I watched the video. I was like, "Oh, pretty cool." And then He says, ask anything in my name and I will do it. It's like, oh, really? And so I go down there in zeal and I say, I'm going to turn that thing on. It's going to work. I flip the switch. It works. I put it in another game. I flip the switch. It works. And now I'm older now. I know grape juice dries. I know that stuff. And, but I guess it was like that Samuel L. Jackson moment. I just think God got involved. And it was like, yeah, I think something's there.
Yeah.
Coincidence or not. But
CW Weeks says, may I ask what console this was?
Sega Genesis.
Powerful story.
Yeah, I got converted over NBA Jam.
He's on fire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I think the only other thing I had was like a predestination, and I was struggling with that doctrine and held the Bible up and let it fall open and saw some Psalm 139 and I was like, oh, that's pretty definitive, at least to my thinking. No, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't really think that miracles are a reason for people to believe, but it's been tough for me to not believe, but I don't, you know, I do see a sort of indifference between everyone and God in some form or fashion, because we don't necessarily get along and have the best of lives and stuff. It's like, you might be thinking, well, being Christian makes you have a bad life or a good life. And no, it's like my brother had a very good life. I just feel like I've gotten a rotten deal in certain circumstances. And is it all sunshine and bunnies? But no. But yeah, I don't know how that makes you feel, but that's my little faith story.
Well, I do, I wish I could be helpful, but I don't know how to be helpful.
Oh, you're helpful. Yeah, just talking about work. So yeah.
Yeah, it's so what do you like about church? I was asking this question earlier to Alex.
For me, it's a sense of community. I'm talking to people. I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons with people, and there's a guy who's a Navy SEAL I play Dungeons and Dragons with, and I help out with the sound. It makes me feel, gives me sort of a belonging, and also a case when I hear what Christ went through and what I'm going through, and it gives me strength throughout my life. It's pretty, which is pretty hard for somebody like me. I've had nightmare disorder. I've had, oh, that stuff gets nasty. But, if you're going through tough stuff like that, you can still make it through.
So you experience a lot of discomfort, and then like the story of Jesus is kind of a reminder of someone who had love and went through like an extreme amount of discomfort, for example.
Yeah.
Right. That's cool. So to trying to be a little funny. So you go to church so you can find people to play Dungeons
Yeah,
and
that's
Dragons with. if you want to get into Dungeons and Dragons,
that's the
you need to,
primary reason.
that's where you find people to play with. That's cool. I'm being a little facetious, but
Also
yeah,
to hit on chicks, though.
I mean that's a question. It's like how where should people go to find someone to be their counterpart, for example. So church is an option, right?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it also gives a place for people who don't have counterparts, period.
Right.
It's like you have people who are kind of beyond the counterpart.
So it feels like a family.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And there's lots of other families that you can meet. But, it depends on the church. You can run into churches that hit or miss.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I have plenty of churches all around me.
What area are you in?
I've got a home in Huntsville, Alabama, and there's a lot of churches there. But if you drive through Alabama, you're gonna see churches everywhere.
What type of churches do they have?
I've seen the ones they don't have are I would say like I think there's one Eastern Orthodox, but Catholic, good bit of Catholic churches, Baptist churches. I see all kinds of churches, but I don't. Gavin, are you the dude that's planting peach trees and hoping to live off the grid? So I'm not. I'm wanting to plant pear trees, and I have these books. So fruit trees and the Fruit Gardener's Bible. So I'm planning on trying to get some soil cultivated. I've got a new piece of property, and I don't want to be off the grid, but I want to be able to. I don't like big cities, and Huntsville is not even a big city for a lot of people. So the property I have is I think it's 10,000, population of 10,000. I'm next to a river. I could go catch fish. I can hunt. But it'd be nice to have fruit as well. So
I live in West Virginia, so we've just been sort of planting trees. I mean, just normal trees to sort of make the property look good. But starting an orchard, I wouldn't know where to start there.
Starts with the soil.
So you're going to get animals to dig up the soil, or get some pigs, or
Well, I got a shovel and started working on it, but I quickly said I think I'm going to get a machine. So probably I might get just a hand pulled tiller or use a tractor. I have a neighbor who has a tractor. I might ask to borrow his, but I'll need to mix in some good fertilizer, make sure I get the right pH in the soil. That'll be important. The book I'm reading recommends that you work on cultivating your soil for 2 to 3 years, but there is a fast track as well.
I have a friend who's trying to do a type of surface farming where you don't disturb the soil too much, and it allows the the plants to reintroduce their nutrients back into the soil. I'm not certain how well it's going, but he said he was feeding the deers last time I asked him, so that doesn't sound too well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not an expert. Honestly, the way I think about it is I'm I'm lazy. Like I want to grow something it's going to last. I don't have to replant it every year. Maybe it can take care of itself, if I forget about it. If I take care of it, it will produce more fruit. And so I like that idea in general. And then if I'm going to plant a tree, it's like, why not a fruit tree? And so, I was talking to my neighbor, and he was saying how there used to be a lot of fruit trees, but then um, in the southeast and in Alabama, there was a lot of paper mills, and they would come in and just basically clear things out and grow pine trees, and produce a lot of paper for newspapers and whatnot.
Hmm.
That market's gone downhill a little bit because there's less demand for paper, but yeah, I don't. It seems like I don't see why we can't have fruit trees everywhere.
Oh, you can also do Christmas trees.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like, what is the fruit of the Christmas tree, right? It's like I like this idea of trying to produce good fruit and judging by the fruit. I like those phrases literally. So, howdy, Dust. Good to see you here as well, Gavin. Do you drive a Lincoln MKT, or could you at least say "ka-chow"? I guess that's "ka-chow."
Ka-chow.
Or maybe it needs an exclamation mark, but I don't get the reference. Do you get the reference?
Nah.
I'm guessing there's a reference here. Lincoln MKT. I bet I could Google search Lincoln MKT and ka-chow. Take me home, country roads.
West Virginia.
There you go.
Mountain
Unless it's
Mom.
if it's the reggae version, it's West Jamaica. I like. There's a good reggae version of that one too. Lightning McQueen. I don't know a lot about Lightning McQueen.
Unfortunately, Fallout 76 stunk.
I don't know the reference. The only Lightning McQueen I know about is in the Cars animated movies. So I'm, yeah, I have not been exposed. Oh, Christmas tree fruit is candy canes.
That makes sense.
I mean, I like the way a good evergreen smells, and maybe they make good wind blocks.
I had an evergreen out there for a while that was rather moth-eaten about the beginning of 2020, and the whole pandemic thing, and it's just like I just sort of let it heal itself, and it has come back. It's like building new branches. It's beautiful to watch something you think that was on the edge of death, like it was about to fall to pieces. It's like growing together. It's like,
I've had people mention McConaughey. I think it's the way I speak. I think that's mostly it. I've actually read. I listened to his book Green Light. It was pretty good, but I think he knows how to tell a story. I was talking about honest people. I don't think he's the most honest person. But if you're in the business of acting, then it's hard to be honest. It's
yeah,
like, if you're a professional actor, how do I know when you're not acting?
that's very true.
But I've also thought about it like maybe I'm trying to transform into the character that's ideal and trying to figure that out and move toward it. And maybe that's a kind of acting as well. Lightning is voiced by him. He also does Lincoln commercials. Okay. Yeah, he also plays he plays in Sing and Sing 2. He's the koala bear, Mr. Moon. I know all the children's movies references. So
I know him from
good job.
the Beach Bum.
The Beach Bum.
Yeah.
I know that he went and like lifted weights and stuff to go and then like shaved his head for a movie where he went to, is it Dragonheart maybe? He was a dragon hunter.
Yeah, I think that was it. It was with I forget the guy. Guy who got into a spat in Terminator, one of the newer Terminators. Christian Bale. Yeah, Christian Bale.
I like him. We're talking about movies. Favorite movie? What comes to mind?
I can get pretty brutal when it comes to my favorite movies.
Is it
like No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
I like Shawshank Redemption.
Like
I like
if you
Game of Thrones.
could only have one movie, like it's it's like you got to pick one movie that you can have for the rest of your life that you might be able to go and watch, and you can't watch any other movies.
Oh
Which
dear. Can I decide that? I guess Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's where the day just keeps repeating over and over to the point where he knows everything that's going to happen. He becomes like a god, basically. He's kind of like omniscient or something at that point. It's a cool concept. There's another one like that. It's not like a comedy. It's is it Tomorrow Never Dies or Live Die Repeat?
Yeah,
it has two names. That's pretty good. But I like Forrest Gump. That's one of mine. But I think if I had to pick one, it would be Forrest Gump. I enjoy it.
I just remember him being drilled by the drill sergeant. And his answers.
Yeah.
You are brilliant. Do whatever you say, drill sergeant.
Yeah. That's a good one. It's like it's integrated with history, right? So you get an inadvertent history lesson.
That's true.
It's kind of interesting in that way.
It's got Gary Sinise in it, yeah. Who I think actually did. I think he kind of did sort of venture into believing after that. I don't know.
All right, I got Bill Murray and Tom Hanks are nominal determinists. Do you know what nominal determinists are? A learning opportunity for me.
Yeah.
Nah, like deterministic, like that's what comes to mind. People who are believe that there is no such thing as free will, but I don't know about nominal determinists.
I know Bill Murray is. I hear he's rather hard to get along with, like behind stage. Like the SNL crew said he was really hard to get along with.
Wikipedia says nominative determinism is the hypothesis that people tend to gravitate towards areas of work that fit their names. Not sure.
Was that like inside casting or something? Huh.
Well, I'm guessing as an actor, you get to pick. You get to audition for things that you want to audition for, right? So um, they probably are auditioning for the roles which have something to do with this nominal determinism. If Gregory Witcher's to be believed here,
Hmm.
living out your namesake. So, so when you um, do you find like, so you mentioned church. It sounds like church is something that can be like a source of, well, it sounds helpful, but I don't
Hmm.
know how else you would describe it, but maybe there's things that are like relief or relieving. Uh, and so, yeah, I wonder if there are movies or songs and things like that, are there
Hmm.
things like that can be relieving or provide relief?
I find stuff like uh, what's that one hymn? Rock of Ages, cleft for me. Let me hide thyself in thee. Yeah.
Cool. So you can listen to this hymn and it helps you.
Yeah.
Cool. Those are good. Like the idea, yeah, the idea that music can be medicine is interesting. Like I think music has helped me. Um, it's definitely it's changed me over time. So
It, it's something that definitely gives you the sense of the ability to heal in your heart. And I mean, also, I mean, of course, church is not always, it's not always fun, fun stuff and relaxing stuff. I mean, it's a mixed bag because obviously you're dealing with some serious issues. But I think the relieving thing for me is hearing grace, is hearing healing, feeling like my guilt has been taken on, and that I guess hope in the I hope in something that's beyond death, and I realize that it's not for everybody, but I take great comfort in knowing that there's a giant symphony to be awaited for everyone, and I think that's hopeful. Of course, it's also the people there, and um, yeah,
I appreciate you sharing the.
it's no problem.
Yeah, it's like I really do enjoy enjoy learning about people's perspectives. I know I don't get the full picture, but it's a little bit more than I uh, had before. So
And it's like I do my best to try to not to be too preachy to people because I just find that just makes people like they don't want to listen to that. And I understand. It's like yeah.
it's hard to try. It's hard to get people to change, even if you want them to.
Yeah, I think trying to make people change is kind of a dumb premise.
So,
It's like people are either going to be ready to hear or not.
well, so something my brain does is I do try to I go abstract and like meta and try to connect things. And so, for example, corruption and the pattern of corruption which exists throughout maybe all things, that can be found in all things. But so like in my job, there's always been some element of trying to convert people in some way.
Hmm.
Like one of my latest responsibilities has been it's called site reliability, and I got put into a position where basically I'm responsible for the reliability of the system, and then I in order to make the system more reliable, I have to influence people, and it's so it's like, it's different than trying to get people to accept Jesus Christ, for example. But there's also there seems like there would be some similarities.
Hmm.
So it's like the thing that stands out for me are the people who try to lead by example. Like that, those are the ones that stick out. I can think of like two men, for example, that I've met that are Christians who stand out. People I know from real life, not the virtual space.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's more to it than that as well. It's
Well, leading by example is definitely it's something I've been trying and trying and trying, but even that only goes so far. It's like you can only
yeah,
push yourself so much to the point where you're like
yeah.
pushing yourself to extremes and like, well,
I think that's a really good point. That's what I was mentioning earlier with I was listening to a guy named Bill, and I was listening, and it reminded me of Mother Teresa. And it's like I think you can push yourself really hard and maybe too hard sometimes. So it can happen. One rule that I've tried to create for myself is I try not to care more than like 120% of everyone else around me, something like that. Like, because sometimes it felt like I cared like 2 or 3 times as much as everyone around me, and that's just exhausting and it's not sustainable.
yeah,
But if I can care just as much and then a little more and try to be honest about what I'm doing, so because I don't want to feel bad about, for example, like I know I can do more, but I just don't.
everyone could always do more, but yeah,
Right, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to do too much, but I want to be honest about how much I'm doing, things like that.
yeah, you got to set boundaries with yourself and
I'm
other
still trying to
people,
figure it out, though. I don't have it. I can't say I have it figured out.
just like the rest of us, man. Well, all right.
I wonder if this is a reference to my last name. I don't know what this is. You are one who palms. You are very relaxed, like a palm on an island paradise, bit of a coconut, and you hold things in your hands with more attention than most.
I
I'll
like
take
the
it.
quote. I like
I
the
don't.
quote. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's for me, but I can pretend it's for me.
Well, I think I'm gonna head out. It was
Yeah,
not.
thank you for swinging by. I enjoyed the chat. I enjoyed learning some of your story and how you view things in your life.
Same here. It was an enjoyable story from you too.
Awesome.
Take care, man.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
All right, people. CW Weeks. I don't know if you're a live stream kind of person. So I've heard about this Palmer. So what I was told from someone is that they were people who went to the Holy Land and they came back with the leaves of the palm when they came back from the Holy Land. So the palmers were that's one story I heard about palmers. So there's stories. You can pick your story. I'll get some background music. I don't know. I could hang out for another 30, 40 minutes, but it's up to y'all. This one's called Feeding into Ducks. I don't know what you want, Gregory. Clicky link thing is at the very top of the live chat. I wonder if there's a way to pin it. I don't know. I think I would have to like go to the YouTube. I'll repost. I don't know what I'm getting myself into with Gregory Witcher. Let's see. Bazanga. Reminds me of Bazinga. This one's called Into Space. Yeah, y'all are welcome to come in. Facebook convinced time travel is real after cell phone spotted in World War II pic. I have the power of 5 people's attention. Gotta be careful what I read. Gotta watch out for the mind control. Like that Starbucks cup in Westeros. Hello,
Howdy.
how are you?
Good. I think I'm gonna need a little more light. I've got a nice.
Nice.
I've got a nice fire going, but it's just not enough light.
Well,
So
I can hear your voice now, so that's better than text.
yeah. Let's see. What am I gonna turn on? Dining room light? No. That should be good.
There you go. I've seen that face before.
Yeah, bro.
How's life?
Oh. Taking a little life lesson from Jocko Willink, and if you can say the word good, life is good.
I got that.
Yeah.
The motivational. I know that motivational video.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I hope so. It's kind of the name of it.
Yeah, but it does mean that
Here we go.
that one means there's some challenges.
There we go. That's a good angle right there.
So the challenges happen, and you say good.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's a nice fire.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's nice.
I need to get some firewood. We were thinking about getting some today, but so soon.
Well, I'm a bit closer to some of the folks now, like yourself. I'm in Baton Rouge now.
Cool.
I was in Charleston, so yeah.
You liking Baton Rouge?
I'm liking the change.
Yeah.
So something different is always good.
There's a question. Is it gas?
It's a gas ignited, so like the easy button
Nice.
thing. Yeah, I can see it. How do I get the screen bigger? I'm in the show. Nope. I guess it's got to be small when I'm. Oh, there we go. That's a little better.
Is Gregory a magician by trade?
Well,
You don't have to answer the questions.
I try and do the Petersonian magic,
Petersonian magic.
which is pay attention and be precise in your speech.
It sounds like a Don Juan and Carlos Castaneda. Be impeccable.
I don't know the reference, but cool.
Yeah. That Don Juan Matus. It's like something like a medicine man, warrior type.
Okay. You're not talking
And
about the original Don Juan, right? Like the black and white one, huh?
nah, this is
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
Carlos Castaneda. Like, I think he's studying anthropology, and then he wrote this book, and it may or may not be real, but it was a good story,
okay.
and I think it has some wisdom in it. But what you said, it just reminds me of. It might be why I liked Jordan Peterson, right? Because I was handed that book by my father as almost like it was a religious book or a sacred book,
Oh,
and so I learned things that I'm hearing Jonathan Pajot and Jordan Peterson talk about. So
okay. So the book Don Juan.
it's called yeah, I think it's called Don Juan.
The lover, right? The
Carlos
guy that like.
Nah, it's a different
It's
one.
not that Don
It's
Juan.
called The
Okay.
Teachings of Don Juan, actually. There's the name of the book. The Teachings of Don Juan. But it's about a Yaqui. It's related to shamanism.
Okay.
But I wouldn't necessarily treat it as. I would be careful about treating it as fiction or science fiction, right? But I just say I don't know. Maybe one or the other.
Random factoid that I know. Don Juan is the first movie with sound, but it wasn't made with sound. So it was one of those like post-production things where they were able to have a musical score, like technology advanced, and then like that was the very first movie that was able to use the technology, not in the making of the film, but in the final production edit. And so they had sound in the movie. Didn't mean there was voices, but it's the first one that had sound in the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
The factoid.
Yeah. It's a really funny scene too, because it's the exact same as a regular black and white movie where there's like choppiness and everybody's jumping across the scene real quick, and it's very they didn't even have it. I think it was like 12 frames a second, so it was very choppy. It was some random thing I remember from a media class I took in college, and it was just kind of fun to know that you could hold a record, and it's got some sort of like, I don't know. It just makes it feel like the record is even more of a record because it's a special type of like technically, yeah. I mean, there's sound when they had it showing. They didn't have a vaudeville with the live orchestra where they're like, playing music for the people as the thing's going on.
Have you ever noticed how this, like, the sound on, like, have you ever like taken the time to notice how the sound influences the mind when when watching a movie or anything like that, a show?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's like I like to do that while I'm watching. Like, listen to the music. Something's about to happen.
There's a hilarious example of that where there's a scene where from Friends where Ross Geller has his boss eats his sandwich out of the fridge, and it was like his special sandwich. And the scene is supposed to, like, there's a laugh track and everything.
Right.
And he when you remove it's funny, he's acting like like a psychopath.
Yeah,
It's weird.
I've noticed even on Joe Rogan, like it seems like and I watch it on good popular YouTube videos and things, like there is a way to present yourself such that you do an infectious laughter. It's like I'll notice the infectious laughter, and it's like, and then people, the audience, it seems, would be more would have better feelings and would be more likely to laugh, and it hits those chemicals getting released in the brain. It gives you a hit. It's pretty powerful stuff. It's in the almost, but it does seem, I don't know. There's a part of it that seems dishonest, and then maybe there's a part of it that seems medicinal. So maybe it can be both.
Yeah. Yeah, I started talking with a girl online. Well, I met her online, obviously. We're online now too, but through a dating site, and she's really big into horror films. Or she's big into film in general, but I hadn't really been big into the horror genre as a film viewer, but as far as like playing computer games, like that definitely I enjoyed that. That genre for computer games was where it was at, but not for films. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I was not a fan of horror. I remember like a horror movie where I remember being on my couch and like my brother and my cousin had fallen asleep, and I'm just sitting there kind of like shaking, and the movie's off, and I just can't even get off the couch to go turn off the TV or anything.
Okay, so I have a very scary story to tell. It's short, and all it is just referencing The Ring. Had you seen The Ring?
Yes.
You know the bit with the fly, right? The fly lands on the TV, right? So it was me, and I would say probably 18. Like it was like 20 dudes. Most of us simping for the pretty girls that were in the room too, and we're all piled into an apartment watching The Ring. The movie ends. K-Check, the guy whose apartment it is, turns off the movie, and people are still kind of like, oh, the movie's over. The light turns on. Nobody's really moving because it's just like, oh man, like what do you say after that? Like, because it wasn't in a movie theater. It's like kind of like a watch party, but like the way we wanted watch parties to be during COVID, because it was years ago. So this was like it had just been released to DVD. Back when that was a thing. And so we had a watch party because he had gotten a nice new TV. So he turns the TV off and turns the light on, and a fly lands on the TV. We all scream. Every single one of us are screaming as high-shrilled as the girls, and we run out of the apartment. It was so scary.
I could flip the frame on that, and it becomes a comedy if you're the fly. The fly's like, watch this, guys. Watch this.
Buzz off. Right, and then we all run away, and the fly's like yes, and goes and drinks the beer because we leave our beers hanging out, and lands on the edge of the beer and has a feast.
Oh man,
mission accomplished.
Talking about a beer and an animal. There was when I grew up in an old house, and there was a Great Dane that showed up, and he had this metal collar and a few chains, and it's like the chain link had like somehow broken
Yeah.
off, and he had escaped. And and he was very scared. And we ended up calling him Howard the Coward. But
Oh,
we would feed him, and we finally got him where we could unscrew this thing that was holding this metal clasp around his neck. And we went to bed that night, and we woke up the next day, and my dad went to the door, and he's, y'all got to see this. And Howard was on the front porch with like a grocery sack with a 6-pack of beer. It had like one missing. And it just looked so funny. It was like he went and got a gift for us and brought it and put it on our porch. We called the neighbors, and the neighbors said that they were missing their beer off their back deck.
and he's like, "Hey, I'm a good boy. Can I stay?"
And we kept him for a while, but we couldn't keep him in the pen. He was just this giant Great Dane who just would keep escaping. And he didn't last too long, but he was a nice, friendly dog.
All right, so supposedly Benjamin Franklin said that beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy.
I've heard
And dog is man's best friend. And so I think that was some sort of sign or miracle.
that. It was,
right? Like God is giving you a gift through man's best friend to bestow upon you as a gift of gratitude.
This was
I'm being silly.
I'm just saying, I don't know how this ended up happening the way it happened. It's
get the beer.
It was, it's a wild, true story, and I don't tell fake stories like that. It's crazy that it happened.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, rip roaring. Oh, it's nice in the morning. My hands over here going. Oh.
So do you like the scary movies now?
The last we talked, not last night and not tonight, so the night before, I found out that she absolutely wants nothing to do with having her own kids. And it's sad because she's very pretty. I think part of it too, though, is like, I feel really awful for, what would you say, well-to-do, highly intelligent women who are able to keep their legs closed. Princesses, like as close as you could get to the princess, because there's just no princes out there that are, like, you'd actually have to. The smarter and prettier a woman is as a combination, the more likely it is that she's just not going to ever get hitched. Or, like, it's sad. Smarter women don't make babies. And I'm really attracted to smart women. Like, that's my thing. Like, yeah. Just another pretty face. Looks fade. I need somebody that can keep up and run with me. Like, I really dislike the whole thing of girls thinking that it's cute to be dumb and playing dumb. It's so weird. To me, at least, I don't see why being stupid is a valuable thing.
Do you think that perhaps the culture ends up like teaching us to do things that seem stupid? Like, so that you can end up with smart people who just have habits that sometimes those habits make people look like they're not smart. Do you think that happens sometimes, or do you? I'm just like, I see people who do that, and then I know in the past I've thought that, oh, they're stupid, but.
What do you mean, like drinking? That'll do it. That's a bad habit. That'll do it. just point, for
Yeah.
argument's sake. But yeah, I do. Yes and no.
Yeah.
It depends on the circumstances.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand the play stupid part. I haven't really seen that place. I'm trying to understand what play stupid looks like. And like, you don't have, if it's a hard one, you obviously you don't have to answer it. If it's
The playing
something you don't
stupid.
want to be on a live public stream or anything.
No, totally. The play stupid part is, I think it has to do with the mental arms race between the sexes. I don't know. You're married, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I have a unique situation. It's like, I met my wife whenever she was like, I think she was 14 and I was 16. So it's, I haven't had to experience the dating as an older man or anything like that. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know, like, and therefore I don't like have advice, except that, I mean, I see people at the climbing gym, and I know of people who like to go, get out, do outdoor activities, and like, there's a question of what kind of environment would you want to go to, and what kind of a woman would end up in that environment. So it could be a church, or it could be a climbing gym, or it could be a running club, or it could be a bar. It's like, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Could be a dating app. That's one you had mentioned.
Yeah.
So I imagine that you're gonna, certain environments, certain spaces are more conducive for certain personalities.
It's true, which is another reason why I am more
Like, would you
and
need to
more
go to college
considering.
to meet the woman you want? Like, it sounds like you want someone who's bright and smart. It's like, I don't know if that kind of person ends up at college or something.
Right. That's where I met my ex, was in the theater at college. So.
Yeah. It's weird how people can go to college to meet someone. That's the reason why some people go to college, is to meet somebody.
Yeah. The more and more I think about it, though, the more I think it's probably a good idea to really consider where my location is, like geographical city. I'm in Baton Rouge now, but I can't really quite meet the ladies on Mount Athos if I go there. Like, sure, that would be probably. I just had a daydream earlier today about. I wonder.
Look up Mount Athos.
It's in Greece. It's
Okay.
Orthodox, and wondering what the countryside looks like, and what sort of sounds are going on that area of the country, area of the planet. I don't know.
Why wouldn't the woman be there?
Because it's a bunch of monks.
So there's women.
It's a bunch of monks.
It's all monks. I get you.
Yeah, not that they don't go visit as like a pilgrimage type thing, but as far as like living at the monastery, it's the dudes.
I mean, I get your point. I think you're making the point that there's just some places. It's kind of what I was saying too. It's like, there's some places that's more conducive for the
meeting,
to meeting a woman who would like to
and
have a family.
I'm not even really looking. It's just kind of like, oh.
Well, some people may be looking and watching the stream, and it's a good thing to point at.
Yeah.
whether we're looking or not, right? So
As far as dating apps go, I like OkCupid because they have thousands of questions. So you can answer the questions or not answer them, and then select like a slide bar of like how important that question is to you. And then also on underneath it, you have an infinite writing board to have an essay caveating the question. So I've written close to 1,000 essays.
through this, like in your life or on this app?
On the app.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, not long, like a couple, like a good thought. Like if I was
But this is like that amount of effort is like more effort than I've put into social media in my entire life, maybe. Right?
But it's not social media.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
you know what I mean?
I get that. Like, you're actually, like, you're putting yourself out there in an attempt to make sure that someone, like, ideally, you're letting people know who you are, and you're wanting to meet the person who is attracted to who you are.
Right.
That makes sense.
And I'd also be able to do so more fluidly, more.
And you call that OkCupid?
Okay.
OkCupid.
Yeah, like
for those
you're back
who
at
watch this in the future.
Again. Right. So you're back at it again, and you're like, okay, Cupid, here we go again. What do you got in store for me now?
Okay.
You're gonna get me. You're gonna get strike both our hearts or whatever, and
the problem is, like, there might be the right woman out there who's not using OkCupid.
Right.
Yeah.
No, totally. And
that's the issue with all these, like I think of networks that are totally decentralized. It's like, I mean, that's my thing. I can't help but be a software engineer interested in interoperability of networks and trying to allow for the signal to be identified and the noise to be filtered out.
I think that's what it says. Yep. Engineer.
Yep. Yeah, actually, I mean, there's a lot of potential in software to help solve these kinds of things, to help match people together. It's just, there is a issue with these decentralized applications and protocols.
I'm not exactly sure why Jordan Peterson hasn't come out with a dating app.
Well, he tried to make one app, and I don't think he had a lot of success with it. So it's a little bit hard. It's a hard thing to do. ThinkSpot, that's right.
ThinkSpot, and then there's Essay as well.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, that's a joint thing between he and his son, actually, which I have not downloaded myself. But a couple of weeks ago, I heard. I didn't watch the whole episode, but he's much more palatable than Michaela. He's also stayed way the heck away from everything.
So his son has some type of video that you listen to?
Yeah, he and his son made a video on his channel about the essay and about the making of it and their relationship. I really want to see all three of them together. I want to see Grandpa, Papa Peterson, and son. I want to see them all. Like, I don't know. It hasn't been done, so that's why. I think it would be a good Happy Father's Day type thing. Like, wish the world a happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Very, very schmoopy, you know, but
There's always an element of it's back to the laugh track or something. It's like how much of it is contrived and versus sincere, you know. It's like,
but that's the thing is, if it's my idea and my idea is sincere, and they like it, and they are also sincere about it, just because it's not their idea doesn't mean it's not sincere. But
so this would be kind of them sitting on a couch having a conversation or something, or what would it look like?
Yeah, I don't even know why it like.
I'm trying to imagine.
Right. That's why I want to see the combo.
I wanted my prescription for Jordan Peterson at one point was he needs to go dance with his grandkids. That's what I want. I don't think he necessarily would need to put that out on the internet, but I just know, like, I love dancing with my children, and I know he was suffering there for a while, and I was hoping that he would. I hope he has danced with his grandchildren.
I would go even further, and I would say something more symbolic. I'm coming up with something right now. What would I do? Symbolism happens, right? Let's see. Okay. Something's forming. It would be Jordan is giving a pony ride. Not a piggyback ride, but a pony ride. So he's on the ground with the little kids, and they're riding him, and he's crawling around on the ground.
I've done that. That's a fun one.
What else is there? You know what I mean? I'm painting a picture. Like, if I could not take a picture, but make a photograph of them and say, this is how we're going to do it. And you already play with your grandkids, but like, do it. And I'm going to stand over here.
But what's interesting to me is, like, there's a lot of people who don't know they don't know what it looks like to be like a good, you know, whatever role it is that you're being called to fill. And some of these things are so intimate that it's like you don't really want to put it out there for the world. But yeah, just talking about it, like, what does a good grandparent do? Like I feel like that would be a good conversation for him to have. Like, I don't know if he's figured it out or yet, but I would imagine he's probably figured some things out. He's a smart guy. I would love for example, you know, the grandparents of my children to be able to get good advice from someone like Jordan Peterson. You know, I like this aspect of using
seriously
doing this kind of education where you can basically just spread wisdom to the world if people tried to do it. But some people, I mean, this is the reason I guess Jordan Peterson became so popular, is there's just some fundamental basic stuff that people weren't getting. Right? And that's still the way it is. I'm sure husbands, wives, grandparents, all kinds of people could get some useful information. Useful encouragement.
The thing is, though, oh, shush, cuckoo clock. The thing is about Peterson, though, is this was no accident. Like you said, he's a smart man.
He's smart.
Yes, it was about Bill C-16, but that was him just waiting for a door to knock on. Right? Knock and it shall be opened. Like, he just knew.
It wasn't like an accident. Like,
not at all.
Like,
he's been
probably
recording
suspected
himself.
This could have happened.
He's been recording himself for years.
Right. I understand that way of thinking. I definitely understand that way of thinking.
It's like a come at me, bro.
Well, I like to think that
It's
this, I mean, this is the closest thing that I can do to recording myself for years. Like, I don't know where I'll be in 10, 20 years, but this might exist and I might still exist.
yeah.
So if you're talking about, we're talking about magicians and attention and trying to be impeccable
Yeah.
with their speech, you can try to do that and make recordings and have it available and do it for long periods of time.
I wonder if he would be okay with that. Impeccable. Impeccable? I don't think so.
What word
Maybe.
did you use? I said impeccable.
Precise.
Because precise.
Precise. Yeah.
There's a difference between
Not
thinking
able.
you've reached it versus aiming for it. It's kind of like perfection. It's
Right.
like if you think you are perfect, that's different than aiming for perfect.
Or even attempting to aim.
It's like,
Like, I think I'm aiming. I don't know.
well,
I hope I'm aiming.
yeah.
You know, don't want to shoot myself in the foot.
I definitely have done that a few times. I'd like to think that I will do it less often. And so as I mature and learn, I'll be aiming more properly and be more precise, as you put it. More accurate and more precise.
Yeah. So we were on that thing with people who have their name influence them. The most common name for dentists. Do you know what that name is?
White?
Dennis.
Dennis. Interesting.
Dennis. 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 Dennis the Dennis. He is Dennis. Who am I? Dennis.
Okay.
There's such a little. There's nothing. There's just a tiny bit of a tip of the tongue touching the back to make it dentist. It's ever so slightly different, and so that's the sort of thing where
Does it
words
matter if the language, like the person who is the dentist, like has English as
as their name? Yes.
Yeah.
So their name is actually Dennis, not
Right.
whatever Dennis is in Farsi,
Right.
unless the word Dennis in Farsi is also the exact same sound.
Right. I think you get my point. It's like it's not that
Right.
the name has power. It's more like the association between being named with the thing that has
Correct.
has meaning.
Correct. And so it's the idea of the witchcraft of the rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Right? So you can call dentists Spleegords, but if you also have people named Spleegord, I just made up a sound, right? Like,
Right.
it's still going to sound as sweet. It's going to smell as sweet. You can call a rose a whatever, but you're going to look at that rose, you're going to smell that rose, and the word rose is going to be a symbol of beauty because of its nature.
There's
we give it a sign of its nature with the words.
Right.
Right? And that's the power that God gives us when he said, be stewards of the earth. Name the creatures. It's a very big undertaking to name things. It's important.
Software engineers understand this. That's what we do every day is name things.
I forgot. I'm preaching in the choir.
It's I need reminders, but I think,
naming conventions.
But I like this this connection of dentist and dentist. There's also something. It's different, but I was reminded of people who think me foully call me Crowley, and people who think me holy call me Crowley. So there, so there's you can have a name, and then people will call you a name based on their perception, and it's connected to what you're pointing at, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Which
Like
is one of the
there's
reasons
Einstein,
why
Weinstein, Einstein, or Weinstein, and there was like when you talk about Eric Weinstein, it's like, are you calling him a Weinstein or a Weinstein? Well, if you think you can think Einstein and associate Einstein and Weinstein, or you can think like Harvey Weinstein, right, and think Eric Weinstein, right?
No, I think he's a drunk.
He may be. I'm not sure.
He's not just a glass of wine. He's a stein of wine. It's a little bit much there, buddy. A little bit much there. And he's a drunk.
It's interesting. There's an opportunity, maybe even a risk of prejudice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also a question of can an individual break the mold of their name that they were given, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two thoughts that come to mind.
Like Akira the Don?
I'm just thinking.
Artists often do that, right? Artists often give themselves nom de plume, the name of the pen.
Okay.
And so they are a different character when they are in character. Because it's the only way really to do it. You have to become that.
I wonder how much it sounds like something like neuro-linguistic programming. Like, I'm not sure I'm using the words right, but what comes to mind is these linguistic programs, right? Yeah.
A good example that I know of would be Elon Reeve Musk. He's another determinist. He's not Eloning or Reeving or Musking. He's ERM. And to me, that's enterprise risk management. And if there's anyone that's managing the risks of the enterprise of the human species, then that bloke, like that's the dude. That's what he's doing. He identifies as that which manages the risks of the enterprise of the human species. He laid it all out. Like he has a 5-part plan. And this thing he's doing with Twitter is just a pivot because he's like, oh yeah, God, that's destroying everything. Yeah, I forgot we need free speech. Okay, fine. Hey guys, I got other stuff to do. Can we pile some money together to like? I'm trying to get to space here, people. Right? So he's managing the risks because 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
I don't get the 2 is 1 and 1 is none, but
it's a military reference.
Okay.
Like there's no plan B. I guess that's all we got is this rock. And he's managing that risk.
Yeah.
Right? If people don't think that he's one of these people that thinks that his name is his destiny, then why did he name his son AEX3 dash whatever, and then spell out each letter that names him as something for the future, giving him a destiny?
Yeah, I don't understand that name.
Well, he spells it out. Each letter has a story, and that story gives him a future. So that's exactly what he did to that kid, and therefore that's what he is. Like father, like son. he believes himself to be ERM. He's a weirdo.
Or yeah, or he was. He definitely. I think you're right. As far as he sees himself to be doing risk management for for the people of Earth.
Right. And the reason I say the human species is because if you go to season 2 of Star Trek Voyager, there's 2 episodes from there. And that year is the year in between when he was leaving college and trying to go into Netscape. And he had a bit of a lull there, and I think that's when he like watched TV. Like for the one time in his life he like watched TV.
That's
and
funny.
he watched Star Trek. And so episode 1 of season 2 of Star Trek Voyager opens with them trying to figure out why the heck there's a big red truck flying through the middle of the Delta Quadrant. An old, big, red clunker 1937 Ford. Why is that there? They were, aliens kidnapped them and everything. But later on, they find out, like, oh, the aliens that were kidnapped, and they got some people, and yeah, they were from Earth, and they've started this new planet, and it's like a new Earth. I mean, hello, like, there's a red car in orbit around us now, and he's trying to terraform Mars. Right? There's that, and then there's also, it's like episodes, because it's a 2-part episode of the same season. It's like 14 and 15, I want to say. But there's like some sort of evil mastermind, and the name of the business is like Cybernex, and the X at the end is like an inverse image of the SpaceX X. The X at least part is, and then the dude in that 2-part series of the show, he's like the bad guy who's trying to like get to the future to like steal technology and bring it back. And then he can be like, I don't know. He has a really evil plan. He ends up dying. But, maybe Elon's like, well, I don't want to be the evil dude. I just want to help everybody because, I think I'm funny like that. I don't know. He is funny, I think.
Yeah.
But those 2 episodes right there show to me that he had a bit of free time in 1996 and had a huge influence on the rest of his life. I mean, he named his company SpaceX with that little X at the end that looks exactly like it. And then a red car in orbit for no reason. Huh.
Or the I don't know. I imagine there's other explanations for the coincidences, but like as far as my experience, I'm just gonna say, like, as far as my experiences, there is there's something about time. We're in this time thing, and there is an ability to be able to connect with information from like the past and the future, and so that's a consideration for things that happen like that. But that somehow we can actually connect with the future. We're connected to the future that's already happened in some way. And so there's little clues like this. There's little hints that get dropped. But that might be wrong. But I do know I've had at least one experience where I was able to see the future. So I know it can happen.
Okay.
So,
I did it for a living in the Air Force, except I was predicting where people would be so we could find them and kill them.
yeah,
And predictive analytics.
predictive analytics.
Brain power. Sally Joe knows what I'm talking about. Miss you, Sally Joe.
Predictive analytics.
I don't know if you knew, but Elon's got chimpanzees that play Pong with each other in their heads in separate sides of the building.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Neuralink. You've heard of Neuralink that he's got going on, right?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got monkeys that have stuff in their brains and they're able to like move things in their mind with what they're seeing and play Pong with each other.
That's cool.
And they want to do it, and they really want to do it.
From a
They don't want the
technical,
banana. They don't want the bananas for reward. They prefer that. I want video games, man, in my head. that's what he's got. Those are his pets, right? He's
Yeah.
got space monkeys playing video games in their head. So just like he says, you know, if video games get better and better, at what point will you just say this is the Matrix? It's terrifying. It really is. Because you can extrapolate that to invent a time machine.
Yeah.
If you can do the Black Mirror episode thing of recording your perceptions as well as everything else's perceptions of you, and it's instantly playbackable, and you can inhabit that file, then you can rewind time. Not
Say it one more
everyone's going to
time.
be able to do it. Then you can rewind time. It's a time machine, right? Like if you're able to replicate reality as a memory, but re-experience that memory, you've created a time machine.
I guess the way I've thought about it is that we would be able to see into the past, but maybe not be able to like
Affect it.
influence
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Correct. It's like you're a ghost in the machine,
Right.
and all you're doing is you're there. You can see that it happened. You can connect dots that you hadn't been able to see before, but it's not going to be anything like that precog stuff. It's just it's like the best photo album you could imagine. You get to like jump into the Alice in Wonderland storybook and you know, down into the rabbit hole of whatever that actual moment was. You know, way better than that Harry Potter thing where the mom and dad are just going like, "Hi, son. Hi, son."
I guess I could imagine. So if we're in the Matrix, it's there's a disc on a shelf, and we were there, and there could be something like a creator that was poking it along the way, creating something that the creator thought was beautiful, right?
Yeah.
And so the future's already happened to some degree. Like that's the way that the future, like the past can be knowable and the future can be knowable on this disc if you can access it. But it's like the Akashic records is what people have called it in the past. But, you know, they're just models they're models that attempt to model reality about physics that we haven't actually like maybe not. It's physics we don't know about generally. Maybe there's some people who know about it, but I wouldn't say that they don't teach it in the books in the universities. But I don't know if it's true. That's a story or a hypothesis about this thing we're in. I don't think it's necessarily scary though. You had said if we're in the Matrix, it's scary. It's like I don't know if it's scary. I don't know why I would need to be scared. There's a movie.
I don't know. There's a. You don't know enough to worry.
Well, would it help? Would it help if I worried?
It could, but you don't know enough to. Right? Like,
Yeah.
very simple things to worry about, like will the sun come out tomorrow? Right?
Right.
Do I worry about that?
Probably not.
Ever so slightly, but most of it's no worry. Because it really doesn't matter if we're here. The sun will come out tomorrow. We're not gonna vaporize the planet. I don't know. I think it's just very arrogant for people to think will be able to destroy all life on Earth. Like, it's just not possible. We've had multiple times. All life on Earth, 99.99 whatever percent has been wiped out, and it finds a way. It's good. It's good. God said it is good. So life will find a way. You know, I don't know. I never really in my things poking around at God with God. I never wanted to. It was like one of those like just too much chaos to try and get into eschatology, like the study of the end of times, or more precisely, the end of the age. But I guess I could go there since it's something I do care about, and you may have had a little bit of your own thoughts. But then again, you said I can stream for a little while longer, and then I got to go in like a half an hour, and I think I totally press you over that, and I want to be respectful of your time. So I wanted to open it up to the whole like eschatology and these unprecedented times.
Yeah. Let's keep going, and once you have to go, we'll call it. I'm on vacation this week, so I don't have to wake up and be at work. So
yeah, that's cool.
So eschatology. So this is on your mind.
Yeah.
Is it a curiosity? Is it a worry? Is it a what is it about the eschatology that attracts your attention?
It's the mystery. I feel like it's instead of it being a scary mystery like I thought of as a child, I'm now looking at it as an adult going, I'm ready to die, and it's more like a Hardy Boys novel. It's a mystery. I'd like to try and solve it. It seems not necessarily something fun, but something somebody's got to do, and they're probably boys, and they're probably hardy.
So what will solving it accomplish?
You know, I think that's part of the idea of what does that look like? That's the question of what is eschatology, what the eschatological impacts. So I don't know. That's kind of the point. It's a mystery.
Yeah, it seems like, I guess maybe part of the mystery is, will you ever know? Like, will you know when it happens, and will you experience it happening? And so, like, in my mind, it's like, will trying to think about what's going to happen change our ability to actually experience it when it happens? It's kind of
Say
like,
that one more time, please. I'm going to close my eyes so I can really think about it.
oh man, I'm gonna have a hard time saying it one more time. Will our
I could swap over to YouTube and then rewind you and then tell you what you said.
yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I think
It's all good. It's all good.
The general thought is that I'm having is that I guess I have a kind of faith that I will know. I think that's where I'm at, and I know I may be wrong. And so then I'm wondering, should I be concerned about the thing, that's going to happen, or the thing that I will know eventually and inevitably? I guess that's where I'm at, and I'm not saying I'm right, but that's where I'm at. Like, so yeah, do you think? So I'm wondering, is like, am I wrong, and why would I be wrong? That's what I'm wondering. Is my strategy wrong? Because I'm definitely curious, but I guess I'm kind of just having a faith that the curiosity will be satisfied eventually. Like, there will be a revelation, and there's a
but I'm a
faith that
cool
there will be a
cat.
revelation.
Yeah, but I'm a cool cat, and curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, maybe it happens.
Right? Can't argue there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can happen.
Yeah. How'd you get into software engineering? Just a quasi pivot, because I think it's interesting to think about the idea of the word in terms of what is the word in computer language. No, shut up, computer.
My pleasure. Just doing the job.
So I heard, like, there's two things there you're curious about. How did I get into software engineering? And then there's a curiosity in general about the word as it relates to software engineering.
Software engineering, correct.
Yeah, I think the reason I got into it is different than, a curiosity about the word. The reason was kind of just, I saw a lady who was able to work from a lake house, and had that freedom, which I really am attracted to freedom. I have a hat that says libertarian on it, and it's like, I like freedom. But and so yeah, I just saw that as being it was something I could use with my skill set to get freedom, to have a lifestyle that gave me a lot of freedom. So that's really the reason. But how does the word relate with software engineering?
Especially when it's in ones and zeros. Or you can go even deeper and just have to do with, electronic flux. And that's what causes the 1 and the 0 to blip.
What's going on through my head?
You were talking about the disc. You were talking about the disc earlier, and that's why I'm getting even deeper into it. Of at what point is it a word? And according to whom? And according to whom? Or what? Sorry, it's very philosophical, and you're an engineer, and it's gonna maybe hurt. You'll probably have to sleep on it.
Okay, that's fair.
Right, it's totally cool to be like, dude, I love the question. Let me sleep on it. I'll get back to you.
I like that response, but I do have like it's I would say it's maybe a fun question, right? I don't know. Yeah, I like to ask the questions. How will the answer to this question help me? Similar to the question you have about eschatology. I'm
Right.
a bit pragmatic to a fault. Like it's just kind of ingrained into me at this point. But
pragmatic optimist.
Yeah,
pragmatic optimist.
Generally, yeah.
Fist bump.
Fist bump. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things that happen in my brain when you ask the question, and like, including how all the way down to how a computer works, down to how those zeros and ones are going to connect all the way back up into your browser running. And there's people who are smarter than me at doing that, but
Pajot would have fun with this. All the layers of reality.
Yeah, the word, there's like a technical definition of a word, but I don't think that's what you're getting at. But
right.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, it seems like each time you add a bit, like so a zero and a bit is either a 0 or 1, and so then as you add more bits, you can have I would say you can have more information, and so like to me, there's the smallest amount of information is like that bit, 0 or 1. But if that's all there is, then it's not very meaningful. I mean, you still have some meaning, but then
there's no pattern. There's no pattern, and therefore they are not formed together in formation. The word of information means they have to be formed in formation, like lined up, as in they're in rows in proper ordering. Information has to be ordered. Chaos is not information.
Well, I'm fine with it. So you have data, right?
Right.
So when you have a bit, you have like the smallest amount of data, and then so once you have 2 bits, at that point maybe with the way you might have information at that point as soon as you have 2 bits.
No, you have a shave and a haircut. Oh, that's pence, not bits. Shave and a haircut. I'm just playing, man.
Pence. Yeah. The words are, in general, the words are indexical.
Yeah.
They're pointers. And so the utility of the word has something to do with how well they point for the people using those words. And so you can have confusing words where there's actually some type of fusion that is not productive, like confusion. But yeah, I mean, that's the way I think that I would just remember that these words are like models or maps. And they point to things, but I don't know how that mixes with what you're talking about.
They point towards an ultimate reality.
They can, but do they always? Right? Are there some words that have been rendered useless by like maybe the enemy or something? Right? But has the language been confused to the point where there are some words that they just, when you use them, they serve no purpose?
If you're alone and you're the one making the word up, then yeah, it serves no purpose because someone else has to be there for it to be.
What happens
I don't
when
know.
the meaning of the word
sound of the word.
changes? Like, or is a, and what if it's like even a tyrannical, like, for example, I mean, this is Bill C-16, right? It's like,
Yeah.
at some point, the force of government with guns is trying to is changing the meaning of words. Similarly, like with the word marriage, it's like, why can't we just in our law just say we're not going to confuse this word or have a different word? So I think that's my point, is like these words can become corrupted and therefore like
Absolutely.
that's a problem.
What happens when you lose the meaning of meaning? Do you know the answer? It's kind of a riddle, but it's not.
I've never
What
thought
happens
of
when
that.
you lose the meaning of meaning? All you have is loss. Take meaning and meaning out. What happens when you lose? You have loss.
Yeah, I can see that from like a math equation as well.
Go into that one.
Well, I'm just thinking of the sentence, lose the meaning with meaning. And I'm thinking about you're actually just subtracting these words out of the sentence that you just said. And you're left with something like lose the with. It's like, and so to me, it's like that's the way my brain's trying to make sense of what you're
Right.
saying.
Right. You just all you have is that which is with loss.
Right.
We're losing.
So that's how my brain was trying to treat.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Essentially.
Yeah. So I did a math equation with words.
You were picking up what I was putting on. Down, up, whatever. I can't stop snacking on those potatoes. I made some potatoes last night. I mean, they're even better just today, warmed up. Scallop potatoes
That's nice.
with the bechamel sauce and caramelized onions. Scrumdiddlyumptious.
So, so did
Jonathan
you
Peugeot is a determinist too.
a determinist?
He's Peugeot. He is Page. He is that upon which the word is written. He's also not a slave, but a servant to the king, perpetually in training, always striving to serve better, always in the court. And that's what a page is.
Okay.
He's Peugeot.
How do people's names get changed? Like this thing about naming in like the Bible is always confusing me, and I've tried to get people in Jacob's Ladder to try to help me with it. And so I'm thinking that like you
Are they in his ladder or on his ladder?
Well,
on the ladder?
I mean, I think there's meaning to Jacob's Ladder. Like he tried to have a meaning. He tried to name it well, right? His Discord server. So, and so I think names are important. maybe to in Judaism, for example, and important. And so you hear this thing like pray in the name of. This I'm not exactly sure how this has worked. Like why and what does it mean? And then you hear about people's names changing, or being named something different than what they had in their previous name. And then I guess I heard something today where some of I guess people in Judaism will have one name, and then once they've become a man or gone through some type of ritual, they will have a new name.
Another.
Right.
Yeah.
So. I don't know if
in the Bible it happened a lot
would ever
too.
change. Like I don't know if my name would ever change. I don't know.
That happened a lot in the Bible too, and not just with men, but usually with men.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But
I don't know.
regardless,
throwing that into the
definitely
mix with the power of names that you're talking about. It's like maybe it's not. Like,
it's no small undertaking, right? And it has to be kind of a very, I don't know. I'm recovering Catholic. I grew up Catholic, so I'm not very good at pointing exactly at the Bible where it is, but pulling up references like I don't know. This is where we need.
I'm no expert.
We need the what did he say he was recently? Jacob said he's a Christian Jewish something.
It's not ringing any bells for me.
I don't know.
That's an interesting phrase, ringing bells. It makes me think of Pavlov's dogs and his bells.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Jacob knows more about the Bible than anyone I had ever met in my entire life until I met Jacob. So what's funny is I got a family member who's studying Hebrew, and I tried to reach out to him, and I'm like, hey, I know this guy who he teaches Hebrew, and he didn't want to have anything to do with it. I'm like, actually, I'm in touch with someone who could help you learn what you're interested in.
Had he started looking at the 100,000 hours of let's go into every single little jot?
I think he wanted a degree from his school. So
yeah,
I think that's what he wanted. He was aiming for that, and that's always a little different than, seeking the knowledge itself.
So I don't know just if to have a piece of paper sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's if I have access to people who know Hebrew and can get you started and are trying to are willing, and like they treat this as sacred. It's like why would you not use that as a resource?
You could argue that it is sacred because it is still the same scriptures. It's just written in a different language. I would argue that the Septuagint and the Pentateuch and just because I'm not reading it in Hebrew doesn't mean that it's not the same words for God.
So I think there's things I think a language can carry information, right? And then some languages can carry certain kinds of information that other languages can't. And some languages do things other languages can't do. And then languages can become corrupted over time, right? So, you end up with, I think you can end up with a corruption. Now, that's not to say that there isn't good and true things, right, in the English translation, right? But it is to say that perhaps there's some things that are confused or incomplete, and maybe even the beauty is missing, right? The beauty that might exist in it in like an original language is completely the depth of it, maybe.
When I learned about how Islam says that not only is it like you have to read it in that language, but if you read it outside of that language, it's not just not translated wrong, you're sinning. Like, it's just no. And I was like, wow. I mean, I kind of get what they're saying there, in that I think it would be really incredible if I could read Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic and all of that stuff to be but
I like the personal relationship with God personally, because it goes past the language barrier.
Oh yeah.
That's my shortcut. So I figure that God can teach me directly. So now I do enjoy, like, I'm wanting to learn what wise people in the religions had to say about things that, attract my attention. Proverbs 6:16-19 was my most recent one, but yeah, I'm interested in what wise people. It's. I was reading it earlier, and I probably mispronounced words. These 6 things doth the Lord hate; yea, 7 are an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. So to me, that's...
Oh no, we're in StreamYard. That's good. We're not sowing discord.
Yeah, it is interesting. So, like, at work, I use a tool called Slack, and it actually allows me to be very productive. So this is where the names are kind of like
inversions.
Yeah, they're inverted of what's actually happening. But I like that one because it's like, I feel like I've got this thing about me where I want to be honest. So even when someone says, how do I look in these jeans? I want to be honest, right? Like, I'm kind of that person. And so there's a part of me that...
Like your wife says you'd look better out of them.
Perfect. There are ways to avoid lying. But yeah, that's perfect. But yeah, I mean, the idea there, like, in my mind, I see, there are people who know the will of God better than others, right? So, for example, like Moses might know the will of God better than Aaron, right? And maybe even better than Jerome, but so this section to me is pointing at, like, the question for me is this telling you how you move away, how you become separate from God, and how you have somehow become disabled in your ability to know God's will? Right? When you tell lies. I heard Chad talking about it today. I just remembered he said it feels terrible. He's like, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, it feels terrible when people say, get in the picture, and all right, everyone smile when I say cheese. And it's like, he could be having like a terrible day, or I could be in a very bad mood, but now I'm expected to put on this deception. And it's like, when you do that, like, there's a chance that you are being moved, like, your ability to know God's will has decreased. Like, that's what's going through my mind. It's like, this dishonesty and deception, among other things, makes it harder for us to know God's will. That's what I'm playing with.
Well, to me, it's less that you're making it harder to do God's will, and more along the lines of you're swimming upstream against the word. Like, you're literally against the word. If you're lying, you're not using the words in alignment with information,
Even
the
when
way
you do
it should be organized.
even when you do it unintentionally, because we do it
Yeah,
unintentionally as well.
absolutely, and that's why you have to ask people for forgiveness, even if things that you didn't intend on hurting them, right? Like, it's
Right.
like, my bad, man. Like, I seriously, I had no idea. Like, my bad.
Yeah. It's great
Not
when that
screw
happens.
you. I didn't screw you. I didn't mean to. Therefore, it's just like, whatever. It's like, no, the best in me is looking out for the best in you.
Yeah. Like, often when people want to provide the critical feedback to me, there's a part of me I feel my heart drop. It's like, oh no, I didn't know that I messed up. It's like, what did I do? It's like, I'm about to have to figure out that I did something I didn't know I did. And maybe there's a learning opportunity. Maybe I hurt some people.
Yeah.
It's a weird experience to mess up and not know that you messed up and go through the error correction process. Atonement, at-one-ment.
Man, kiddos. That's what I'm thinking about. That's like really the only thing I worry about messing up. The kiddos.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to know for sure. Because we're all humans and none of us are perfect, and so therefore it's like we've been from generation to generation, and we're passing along the mistakes and hopefully improving generation after generation, and then hopefully I think my father told me that I want you to be better than me, and it's like I'm hoping that I'm raising children that will be better than me. It's like but yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to hurt my children, but I know I'm not perfect.
Though, I just have to say I disagree. With my boys, like, I haven't gotten to the point where we can actually, like, wrestle. But I've been waiting for the day when it can be, well, and my eldest is 13, so he's getting there. He's hitting it full stride, but I can't wait for the point at which, like, you have I'm gonna stand up and really be strong and show dad and put a hurt on him and that wrestling with God, right? Like, and not that I'm God, it's like that relationship thing where, like, I don't know, I was a wrestler too, so the whole idea of, like, not hurting your kids, like the girls, yeah, but I want to wrestle, have my boys wrestle with me and have us do a dance, but like that I want to make sure that you're not just going to be a woman. And I need to be able to have somebody who's not just going to get hurt at the littlest thing, and I can bring you into battle with me. Yeah, I don't mean punch him in the face. I mean, like, as Peterson describes it, like, stretch them, show them how, like, what is the limits of their body, how is there limits to pain that you can handle, and it's not about, like, I'm doing this to hurt you. It's like, hey, this is life. We're having fun. Stuff happens. But very, very much so. I'm not like that with my daughter. Not that I won't, like, be fun and do the we were talking earlier with the piggyback rides and stuff, but You know, I'm not gonna arm wrestle my daughter one day.
Yeah, I think like I see in my children how they they got a little bit of what I have as far as like I can see like my strengths and weaknesses. I can kind of see it in them as well, and so that's pretty interesting. Um, and to different degrees. I have three children, and
Mhm.
they have some of my wife. And so it's like for that reason, I don't think we can always tell like the other parents like how they should do it. But my take is that by knowing myself and my own strengths and weaknesses and having worked through those and
Mhm.
know and done the same with my wife, it gives me a perspective to be able to see, where I was and try to help them in their development so that maybe the thing that I learned, this year, maybe they learn it,
Mhm.
maybe they learn it before they turn 18 or something. But
Right.
so, but yeah, the things that, for example, like, the things you have struggled with and learned, that's unique about you. There might be things your children go through that's similar, and you, you, you know how you got through it to some degree, and maybe what didn't work. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm seeing it at this point as a father. I just see how all three of my children are different, and then it's like every human in the world is different. We're all the same. We have similarities, but we all have differences. So if you're not loving
Do
your
you have a
kid, you're
server?
doing it wrong. Do
Oh,
I have a
right.
server? Do I have a
Whatever.
server? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have a Discord server.
That's cool. That's cool.
Would you like
Are
an
we allowed
invite?
to? Yeah, I would. Are we allowed to like spam Jacob's channel by talking about our own stuff? I'm just here like hanging out. I don't know. I'm trying to be respectful of him and whatever this is. I was trying
Yeah.
to get out of him. Like, what is your mission? What is your vision? Like, what? Like, and he tried explaining like 24 hours is, and it's a way to have openness and an invitation and a goal is what I got from it. Those generally those three things. It's open ended. It's trying to have lots of people available to do it, and it's a goal to rally around and behind. So it's good enough as far as I'm concerned for vision and mission, but like that doesn't. There's got to be more, and maybe
He's
he just doesn't want to say it in public, because he does say that we need to have private conversations. Not we, he and I, but the community.
he talks about securing distributed cognition, um, and he's worried about people hacking our distributed cognition.
Like Grizz?
Because the yeah, I mean,
Oh, I snorted. That was funny.
that means it was funny.
That's what I mean. I was just saying it was really funny because I snorted.
the So his example was that during the middle of a pandemic, the MIT and Popular Mechanics were putting out some information like math is racist. And so that is an indicator of our distributed cognition being hacked or compromised, and that this can be very dangerous.
Yeah, if the mathematicians say that we should be, what was it? Okay, so if you combine math is racist, sexist, what is it?
What's that?
Is it math is sexist? What was it?
Math is racist.
Racist.
It's like a short. He's got an 8-minute video on his channel.
I'll find it.
He goes through it. It's kind of short, but he was asked why the sense of urgency about this, and that was his response.
Okay.
But I mean, for me, I have similar thoughts. Like, I have different names. We all seem to have different names, but like, I see where every human on Earth could have access to clean water right now if we got our act straight. But and so it takes us trying to take on personal responsibility, and part of that is figuring out how to do good sense making, doing this, securing our distributed cognition as individuals and as groups, and I also call it the human resource problem, is getting good at figuring out, who should be, hired, fired, promoted, and demoted. What are the goals, roles, and responsibilities? And it should account for people's strengths and weaknesses, and it requires honesty. I think, and Jacob said in a recent video, he said that he and I are like spiritual brothers. So we see a need, and maybe he has a sense of urgency more so than I do. I kind of have more of a laid back attitude. Like, my attitude is, hey guys, I'm putting in effort. I called myself Hero Looking for Group. And like, if you were someone trying to go out and really help, it's like, you probably need to raise your hand and say, hey, I'm here to help, and you try to learn and try to get better, and you do this transformation and try to just become a better human and become someone who's better at helping others as well. Maybe we can end up making this world a better place, maybe even a little bit faster.
I'm pretty good at advertising. It's one of my minors, and I had come up with something for marketing. Jacob's Ladder is cool and all, but can you see it?
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. Oh, what? What? You mean we could pixelate that and make it a logo?
What? I like it. It's pretty cool.
Right? Like, the idea behind Jacob's Ladder is that it's not just a ladder. It shoots and ladders. Like, that's what the game is. Shoots and ladders. But Jacob's Ladder as well, and movement and experiences will transform you anew if you are oriented rightly.
Yeah.
And there's also something to be said for Newman, like your life force.
Okay.
So there's a lot of fun going on there. I don't know. I'm in the same boat as you in that I see the people, and I'm still on the outside, and that's fine. But I think the best hero is the reluctant one.
What do you mean by that?
Like the one that says, "Really, really, mom? Fine, water, wine."
I'm reminded of I was at an intersection one time and there was a car that just like broke down in the middle of the intersection and I'm in the back seat and I'm looking around, it's like, this is an easy problem to solve. Who's gonna do it? And it's like nobody's doing it. So I just hopped out and ran over there and pushed them out of the intersection off to the side and ran back and got in the car. It's like that's what it came to mind. It's not even a hero. It's just like, is anyone else going to do something? It's like, come on, there is an answer to this problem right here where we can at least, make sure that people don't die, make sure there's not an accident. And I don't do that every time, but sometimes there's an opportunity to, just step up a little bit.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be a huge thing. Just got to have your eye out for opportunities to be of service.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be, but that's the opposite of my plan. My plan is it definitely has to be.
It has to. Your plan is it definitely has to be what?
Well, I'm planning on. The thing Jacob's doing is the 24/7. I think that's great. I'd like to be able to do the same thing, except like you've heard of Twitch,
right? I'm streaming to Twitch right now.
Oh, cool. So Justin TV is what it started as, and Justin and Eric had their thing going, and they just started streaming Justin's living room, and that's what it was. And it's like, we're just gonna make your living room a TV show always. And that's how it got its start. What I would like to be able to do, though, is have a way to have a never-ending stream of my interactions. So, bopping the view vantage point from here to whoosh, and it's now on the security cam, or the drone that's flying overhead, or my body cam, and having the never-ending stream of my existence be put onto the blockchain. And so you chop it up into blocks, you chain it together, it gets onto the blockchain, and now there's no such thing as fake news about me.
Right.
So I've done away with the fear that there's going to be any sort of AI-generated bullshit about my existence. Like, just rewind the tape, check the hash.
Right.
Does it match up? No. Well, then F off, it's fake news. Right. That's where I would like to go. Like, if I had a bibbidi-bobbidi boop, Chad Godfather, not fairy godmother, but Chad Godfather, I would have some way of destroying politics by running for office and doing like Peterson and having a whole bunch of time saved up like this. And it's all on the blockchain, and then just like let everybody know about it.
Right.
Drop the fucking mic. Excuse my French, but
yeah.
Like, imagine if Peterson had done that.
I've had this conversation with my wife about radical transparency,
yeah.
But she's she rightfully says like, I don't want my whole life to. And then I'm like, well, what if what if it was just like the kids are out of the house and then just, we go and we do it for 4 years, something like that. It's like, couldn't we
Yeah.
sacrifice our transparency for 4 years? It's like,
Dude.
understandably that would not, that is not a desirable thing for a lot of people, but it would be ideally, well, it would be nice to be able to trust your your leaders, and I don't trust our leaders. So it's one of the thoughts. I've had similar thoughts to what you're thinking. There's everything has trade-offs. Like, for example, if you were a leader, there's secrets, right? And some things need to be secret, and then you have to know how to handle that.
Right.
And so
Faraday
I've thought about
cages.
things like that, but
Faraday cages.
yeah.
Building the bedrooms and bathrooms with Faraday cages so that you can't have an emission. Like, so my plan is bedrooms, bathrooms, and not all visits, but special visits with priest, doctor, and lawyer. Those are all, like, everyone will continue to be able to see the stream, but it's just like the door.
You could even, depends on your tech, but you could even have those visits recorded, but you could have them like protected, and so that they're not released, right? And they would be there, as proof that could be reviewed, for example. But yeah, it's, ideally you would just have people that you trust, ideally, but it's nice having the ability to verify.
Yeah.
It's pretty. It seems like a distant future, but I don't.
Not with the way stuff is progressing, dude. You know this. Like, we're talking on magical devices from Star Trek.
There's a cost, right? But there would be a cost to get it going, and
sure.
And then you would have to lead by example, and you'd have to try running this thing like.
I would walk around in one of Elon Musk's spacesuits. Is how I would advertise myself. I'm not running for president. I'm trying to be the first representative of the Martian colony.
Well,
who the heck wants to be president? Look at this. Look at this shit show. Look at this shit show it is. Who wants to be president?
Yeah, but
I'd like to be the. I don't even need to be the George Washington. I just want to be the. And Grizzy's gonna like this, but I'd like to be the Miles Standish of the Martian mission.
Haven't heard of that.
Miles Standish, Captain of the Mayflower.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm direct blood related to him. Like, trace back genealogy and stuff before 23andMe. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of had that always in the back of my mind, is like, oh man, I'm related to him? That's like a hero of mine.
I had a shaman. His last name was Standish.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know what a shaman is exactly, other than like a dude who does drugs and like talks about stuff.
Yeah. Probably just depends on who you meet, outside of this realm. And what you manage to extract from other realms. So, but yeah, something like that. And maybe it's not just drugs. Maybe it's also dance. Maybe it's also breath work.
Chant.
Yeah.
Solitude.
Maybe.
Deprivation. Fasting. Definitely fasting. Fasting's weird. Dude, stuff gets weird when you fast. Like, that whole idea of like fast and pray? Like, do it both. It's weird. It's weird. It's really awesome. Totally. Like I would be like, don't yeah, just pray. I wouldn't say don't just pray. Like sure, yeah, but try it out. And not permanently, like like intermittent fasting, not just my new diet is to starve myself.
Yeah, that might not go very well. It's not a good
And
long-term
obviously
plan.
it's a bit different for you because you got kiddos and such, but like anybody listening who's into that sort of thing of like attempting to move yourself towards that centered prayerfulness, the thing that Peterson had talked about with having the focus of your like where you feel you are, right? Normally I'm like somewhere right like a half an inch from here. That's where my consciousness is. I feel it's like just a right there.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't know what my VO2 would be at the time, but like, if my heart's pounding out of my chest, I don't have thoughts. I'm all heart. Right?
Right.
Right? And then you get to a point where you have hunger and your little tummy growling is just no longer growling. It has not just a mind of its own, it's your mind. All you can think about is food. Everything turns into food. And to have that be very separated and then focus on how you who was saying like who do you think has a more enjoyable meal? Whoever it is, like a king that's prepared the most a grand feast, or a monk that hasn't eaten anything for a week and he has a piece of bread.
Right.
It's that piece of bread is the most glorious thing in the universe.
Right. I think I heard.
And I don't not. Yeah.
There's. I was reminded of Thich Nhat Hanh talking about like if you're in an airplane and you're waiting in a line to go to the bathroom and you have to pee really bad, and then you finally get in there and it's like the best pee of your life. It's like, but potentially, like, why couldn't every pee be that good, right? Yeah.
Well, because it's bad for your bladder to do that, and there's all sorts of stuff as to why you should not hold your pee.
Well, I think the point is like the savoring. I know Vervaeke talks about savoring. There's a savoring you can do in each moment, and so there's a savoring you can do when you go to pee, and there's a savoring you can do when you put a piece of orange in your mouth, right? So there's a.
I've never asked a girl this. I figure it would be the same physiological response. But when you're like, you stand the pee and it's a really great pee and it's so much pee that your body temperature changes and you go, oh, that's a really great pee for me is when I know my body temperature has just gone, dude, you just lost a whole bunch of like thermal energy. What are you doing? It's cold. That's the good pee for me. It's like it's not necessarily like, oh, that's so much. It's that temperature differential.
You got to have a good sense of self-awareness to notice those things.
Oh, you've never had the pee shivers?
I have. There's also, you can take like I don't know if you've ever had like ice water and you can feel your stomach shiver. Have you ever felt your stomach shiver? So.
Oh yeah.
So
and it's not a cold headache.
No, it's not a cold headache, but like you can end up with like really cold water down in your stomach, and it's like you can feel it if you pay attention, but it's easy to ignore it as well. I think there's a lot of that where people ignore what's going on. But I need to get to bed soon.
Well, I think that means. All right, can we stay on for 2 more minutes? That way it'll be 1, 2, 3 for my time.
Yeah.
Awesome. 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good.
I don't know. I always used to love counting as a kid. I still do. But yeah, numbers, man. I'm not a mathematician. I would probably classify myself as like an abacophiliac. Like I love computers.
Okay.
The abacus. Like I made that up.
Yeah.
Like, right. The counting machine. Like I love the counting machine. Lover of the counting machine. Abacophiliac.
Okay. The first calculator.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you hopped on. I'm glad we had a chat.
Absolutely, man. So you're libertarian flavor. Are you in the purple or the green of libertarian political compass?
I tend to be a non-political libertarian. So I'm a lover of freedom, and then I'm pragmatic, but I tend not to pay attention to politics at this point in my life. I actually don't pay attention to much. I pay attention to those who give attention to me for the most part.
You know what that is? You know what that is?
What is it?
It's the definition of interesting. Interest. So like you are between-ising.
Yeah, I mean, I treat attention as sacred, and I don't just want to give it away. It's the most valuable resource in the world, and so I'm glad people are figuring this out. Maybe it's the thing that everybody will realize one day.
I realized it. I'm an I guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to miss your 123 if we're not careful.
No, I see it. I see it now. Well, have a good rest, and if there's anybody else who wants to hop on who has the authority to, I'm still up. I got a fire to tend. I threw logs on the fire, so I can't just go to sleep yet. And that's fine. I won't. So, does Mr. Griswold have authority to be you?
I think he was offered that, but I don't know. I don't know if I think he would.
He doesn't.
He would more likely run a live stream on his channel, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Jacob offered him a seat if he wanted it.
Well, I hope to have more interactions with you, good sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to be here Monday nights, 8 p.m. Central. Is what I'm trying to do. So
yeah, I've got a thing. I'm going to try and convince Sally Joe to do with me as a project. Calling it Dog Stories.
Okay.
That's one little thing I've got in the works. And then I showed you that little advertisement for New Men.
Okay.
I don't know where that's going to go, but it's really delicious. You know? So.
Yeah, that's the participatory aspect of things. So.
Yeah.
Sometimes just like I'm a software engineer and I'd be willing to do some software, but I would like to be able to do it with a team of people interested in doing it for more than just the software, but also, I think there's definitely spiritual growth that can happen and just trying to build something with a team of people, right? But but I've also learned a good bit of knowledge on how to do it. So
Yeah. I'm getting people to try and do a thing. It's an app that isn't an app. It's like the Vervaeke religion that's not a religion. And all you need to do is set your alarm for 10:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 10:43 Eastern Standard Time. And the reason is I'm trying to have as many human beings as possible able to, because we have a geographical landmass to stand on, have an opportunity to, all at the same time, take a time out for one moment a day. And I'm calling a moment one deep breath in. So as many humans as possible at 10:43 a.m., everyone set their alarm clocks, and then that moment is the...
I could do it. 10:43 a.m.
Yep. You just take a deep breath in. And the idea is, I mean, you got kids. Like, what do you do when the kids are throwing a temper tantrum? You show them the strength of calmness. You show them what breath work does. You breathe, you get on their level, you get on one knee, and you breathe with them.
You got to let people know your time zone.
Well, and so it doesn't matter. Yeah, 10:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
EST. 10:43 EST.
Okay.
So it's got a rhyme to it.
Okay.
So 10:43 EST is the time in which we're going to have as many humans as possible, because the Pacific Ocean is stupid big, and no one lives there. And we've got these devices that can synchronize. Like, almost everyone is either waking up, doing their thing, or going to bed at that point in time of the rotation of the planet.
All right.
It's weird, but I think if we can get as many humans as possible to just take a breath in every day, we're going to tilt the world towards heaven. And I'm calling it the app for Deo.
All right.
Because it's not an app. It's an app that isn't an app. It's a meme that's not a meme. It's just setting your alarm clock. It's the religion that's not a religion, too. You don't need to have anything except an understanding of stuff.
That's now my fifth daily alarm.
Cool, man.
All right.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Gavin. And on that note, aloha.
All right.
Love you, bro.
Love you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.